All right, welcome to the A's Philosophy YouTube channel. I am A, and we're going to try and get a discussion going tonight. See if there's anyone who wants to engage on the topics listed in the title, which is, God, Christianity, the Bible, and philosophy in general. Um, so yeah, I had a little bit more time. Usually, I've been running on Sundays, but I guess tonight is Saturday night, right? Didn't make that. Yeah, so we'll see if there's someone who's interested in talking about that. But of course, usually I will. So I will post the link maybe in a little bit, depending on what conversations we're going in the chat, if there's any conversation. But before we do that, I do want to share a couple things, get things, just set some groundwork a little bit. Share my screen here. Just show a couple things I've seen recently that are of interest to me and tease some stuff. Andy is here. Good to see you, Andy. So there's a couple things I want to just talk about before we get into a potential discussion. So this is something that's really interesting to me. That is a pretty recent development, and we have a CNN article here with this very clickbaity type headline. Scientists say they have built a cell from scratch for the first time. Now, I have been looking into this because as part of my investigation into origin of life studies and evolution, I am particularly aware, and maybe not me alone, but a lot of people aware, this is something that scientists have been struggling mightily with. And when I'm talking about specifically creating a cell from scratch, creating a functioning, self-replicating cell by basically just taking a bunch of different molecules and putting them together and seeing if they can build a cell, almost like you take a bunch of parts for a car and put them together, and you hopefully come away with a working car. Up until now, I think scientists have not been able to do that. They have not been able to take a bunch of molecules, try to put them together, and do something that is a cell that actually functions as what we think of a living cell. Now, they have done other things in the past. They have basically taken existing cells and modified them in some pretty interesting ways. They have, of course, been able to edit parts of the genome for decades now. And they have, as a result, been able to take very primitive cells and basically tinker with them, is the best they've been able to do so far. So, this headline here, if this is actually true, this is a gigantic leap in our capacities, our scientific capacities to do these kinds of things. And I have, this article right here is CNN, but there are other websites, of course, discussing this. It was written on July 1st, 2026. So this is about a month ago. And for something that's so startling, I haven't seen a lot before. So they have made an advancement, and that should be acknowledged. But I do think, based on my analysis, that it's really not accurate to say that they've created a functioning cell from scratch for the first time. Let's see here. Did my internet go out? Is anyone else seeing issues? My internet, yeah, it might go out a little bit. Adam Farrow, okay. Yeah, Andy understands. I have a new internet provider, not by choice. The new internet provider is lower quality, and I do believe that will probably result in significant lag spikes. Unfortunately, there's really nothing I can do at this time except hope that it's not too bad. I think the quality is good enough that I can do the bare minimum, but do expect some glitches here and there, is what I would say. So let's analyze this. And I think I'm going to actually tomorrow. I used to do these ID updates. I did them about a year ago, a few of them, and I stopped doing them because basically of the limitations of time. I wanted to focus on things, but I might do an ID update tomorrow and release it as a video to explain kind of the problems I'm seeing with this. I will do a brief analysis right now just to show that I don't think that scientists have actually created what could be called an actual cell. There are problems with this. So we will read a little bit here. I hope this isn't too boring for people. But to me, this is exciting. Or it's I wouldn't maybe say exciting, but it's very interesting because as someone who looks at the origin of life studies and recognizes that scientists have had just a tremendously difficult time just creating a simple cell from the molecules that we've discovered up till now. And that to me speaks that even when we apply our intelligent understanding of chemistry and science and biology and science in general, we cannot create the most simple basic building blocks of living organisms, which is striking when you think that all of it had to happen without intelligence at some point. So the fact that scientists have been struggling with this, and then all of a sudden they come along with this, this is important information. This is an important claim that's being made here. So let's look at this a little bit. Scientists say they have built a cell from scratch for the first time that can feed, grow, replicate like a natural cell. This breakthrough in synthetic biology could usher in an era of made-to-order organisms that function like living machines. Kate Adamala, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, a synthetic biologist and professor at University of Minnesota, and her team constructed the cell piece by piece from non-living chemical components. So this is exactly what scientists have been struggling to do for so long. The creation is a limited and fragile prototype, but it could help scientists better understand the origins of life and could potentially be programmed to help mitigate some of the world's biggest biological problems. The cell is non-specific, neither plant nor animal, but most closely resembles a simple bacterium. I know the full ingredient list of the cell. I know exactly what chemicals, what molecules, at what concentration, she said. It is fully defined, which means we can engineer it. Scientists have for decades bioengineered natural cells to solve human problems. A famous example is how human insulin genes can be inserted into E. coli bacteria to manufacture insulin and treat diabetes. Scientists argue synthetic cells are the next frontier. They could potentially lead to development of new cancer treatments and novel ways to capture carbon or manufacture chemicals. Okay, cells are fundamental building blocks, but they are far from simple. The human body has 37 trillion cells. And to think that all of that, not the programming for the cells, not just how they function, but where they go in the body, is coded into our DNA. And can you imagine the brilliance of a human being who could program a biological code that not only defines the role of 37 trillion cells, but also how they geospatially locate in an organism? That person would be the smartest person who's ever lived, times about 1 million. But, skeptics and the evolutionists want to say just give things a few billion years and that's just what happens. Anyways, oops, what did I just do? Did not mean to do that. Okay, here we go. More than the number of stars in the sky, and scientists still know how every different cell type works or exactly what they contain. Yeah, so we're still figuring out what a bunch of the cells even do. The synthetic cell in her colleagues' bill was not life created in a lab. So some people have claimed that they've created the beginning of life. They're even admitting themselves that this is not life. But this is a milestone on a road that toward that question, says Yuval Elani, a professor at Imperial College who was not involved in the work. Building a cell from scratch means you are no longer tied to this constraints and evolutionary baggage of natural biology. It means it opens up the possibility of designing systems and program them to do things that living cells may not do easily or may not do at all. To my mind, this is a real advance in the long-running effort to ask whether chemistry can be organized so convincingly that we begin to call it life. The field of synthetic biology, okay, I'm not interested in that. Let's get to some of the deeper details here. So it's made up of 150 to 200 molecules. Spud cell fide. It's called spud cell. That's what the scientists working on this project called it. Grows and replicates for about 5 generations. So what I understand is this thing actually can produce 5 generations before it peters out and stops doing anything. And I think that's because we'll read about why that. It is far less complex than a biological cell that holds millions, if not billions. So an actual cell, even the simplest cells we know have millions of molecules. Millions. The cell in question has 150 to 200. So we're talking about something that is extremely simple compared to cells we find in living biological organisms. We're already starting to see the cracks forming on this narrative right here. So when you have this few number of molecules, which would be, you need a electron microscope to see this. We're really far from anything that can be considered life, for sure. Adamala describes spud cell as an incredibly wimpy organism that right now basically does nothing other than eat and occasionally make a daughter cell. Okay, so again, they're using this loaded language to make it seem like it's doing more than it is actually doing. And I'm going to demonstrate that. They're saying it's eating and making daughter cells. That's not actually what's happening. And they're kind of admit that later in the article. The cell's genome is far smaller than that of a natural cell with 90,000 base pairs. Okay, so maybe if it has that many base pairs, it must have more than 200 molecules. Maybe it means 200 different types of molecules. That's really strange. How do you have that many base pairs with only 200 molecules? I'm not sure I understand that. Well, it can replicate like a natural cell. The synthetic cell deploys a different mechanism. A natural cell uses a cytoskeleton, a structural framework that spud cell lacks. And the synthetic cell, by contrast, produces proteins which crowd the membrane, forcing it to split. So what this cell is actually doing, when they say it's reproducing, what it's actually doing is they have taken portions of DNA from living organisms, put them into this protoplasm, and they continue doing what they're doing, which is, what DNA does is it produces proteins. And eventually what these things do is they produce so many proteins that they split. They literally forcibly split open the what do you call it, the membrane, and form 2 different so-called cells. So that is not at all what's taking place in living organisms. Have a really structured process that can take place over the course of a life in an organism. These things are basically exploding into 2 different cells is what's going on here. So it's not like a controlled replication. It's more just like the original membrane isn't big enough to hold the proteins, so it just kind of opens up and splits. And this can only go on for so long. Spud cell is unable to make its own ribosomes, key parts of natural cell that make proteins. Instead, it uses E. coli ribosomes that are supplied through feeding. Again, they're using that term feeding. It's not actually eating. So what these people are doing is they have some sort of membrane that they're using. It doesn't have ribosomes. All cells need ribosomes to replicate because ribosomes are necessary to make the proteins that are involved in replication. What they do is they pump E. coli ribosomes. So what they're doing is they're taking ribosomes from an E. coli and they're pumping them into the mixture, and these things are going into the membrane, and the E. coli ribosomes are producing the proteins. So again, you can't really call this thing a cell. They're taking parts of other living organisms, pumping them into the mixture. These living extracts are still doing the work that they were doing for a time, And so this is what's going on here. They're just basically throwing a bunch of stuff into a mix from actual living organisms and calling it a cell. And these extracts or derivatives of living things are doing all the work for a short period of time before they die, and thus killing the so-called spud cell. So this is the technique they're using. They're kind of piggybacking off of actual living organisms. It's just the beginning. It's a chassis that we're hoping to build on. Yeah, so this is, you can see what's going on here. These things are very simple. You can see it kind of quote unquote replicating. This is when it's probably getting overloaded with the proteins that are being produced. Ilani said the synthetic cell doesn't exactly mimic a natural cell, but that isn't necessarily a flaw. Some of these lifelike behaviors are achieved by a mechanism quite unlike those in biology. Other scientists not involved in the research describe the work as an exciting advancement. Spud cell straddles the line between a pile of chemicals and a naturally evolved cell in nature, said Elizabeth Strikalski. That's how I'm gonna pronounce that. A group leader of the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology, National Cellular Engineering Group. She called the research important and impressive, saying it would be tremendously useful. Tom Ellis said, a professor of synthetic genome engineering at Imperial College London, described the cell as probably the biggest breakthrough in recent times in the synthetic cell field. I would agree with that. Is it life? It's saying right here, nor can spud cell really be considered life. So, and they're just kind of, you have to read down into the article. We don't totally understand life, far from it. We don't have an all-powerful ability to manipulate matter to make stuff. I would say Kate has constructed a cell. I don't think she's created life. But right here, where was it? Where did I see that? Oh yeah. No. Wait. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So this thing, they're throwing a bunch of chemicals into a mix, a protocell, and this scientist kind of perfectly describes what's going. Spud cell straddles the line between a pile of chemicals and a naturally evolved cell. I'm not going to do any more on that right now. I'm going to post the link for a conversation in a little bit. But I think I'm going to do a focused analysis of this, probably, hopefully tomorrow. And so be on the lookout for that. Again, I'm not committing, but I do want to say, okay, so a little bit of Christian theology for those who are interested. Maybe we can talk about that. Yeah, I saw this debate, Baptist versus Catholic debate. So we had a Protestant pastor debating a Catholic minister or whatever he is. And it's on the topic of, this is on the Standing for Truth channel, was yesterday, salvation by faith alone. I actually had a debate about this question in November of last year. And I took the position no. And people can go watch that debate if they want to. It's on the Standing for Truth website or channel. Something I've noticed about this is the Protestants have no problem saying that salvation does not include works. Now, the Catholics have a bigger problem. Their tradition does go back to the very early times of Christianity, when people still recognize that you do actually have to do works to be saved. You have to do good works. You have to obey the commandments. So if you listen to, if you know the Catholic Catechism, you know that they still teach that for salvation you have to obey the 10 Commandments. You have to obey God's moral law. The problem is for them that they have also canonized Paul's epistles, where he very clearly says that works and obeying the law are not necessary for salvation. So they always have to. So these debates between Protestant Catholics always have this funny game where the Protestants will pound and beat up the Catholics with the epistles of Paul. And the Catholic's job is to kind of make it seem like there's not a contradiction between Paul and Jesus. And what they will do is they will try to equivocate on terminology and things like that. Well, they say they'll talk about what Paul means when he's talking about the law versus what Jesus is talking about and things like that. And really, the Protestants are really good at doing a good job of just saying, this is what Paul says. He's very clear about it. And you don't really believe what Paul is saying. And that's actually, I think, accurate. I mean, I'm just kind of summarizing the debate. We're not going to watch the debate right now. But when I do watch these debates with people, not just Catholics, but anyone who is aware that it just doesn't make sense that salvation is conditioned upon just believing some propositions, it kind of is just a strange idea, a bad idea. The problem is they're always going to have to deal with the fact that anyone who believes in the faith alone position can just throw Paul's clear words at them and just refute them. So the only solution to this problem, in my opinion, for the people who think this way, the people who oppose faith alone, is to throw out Paul. There's no other solution, because you'll always lose the debate unless you do that, because Paul's words are just so clear that we have nothing to contribute to salvation, nothing. And it's all about Christ. He died on the cross for our sins and things like that. He was a divine atonement for our sins. That's all found in Paul and Hebrews. So I just want to throw that out there. If people want to talk about Christianity, we can do that. Or if we want to talk about other topics, let me just get caught up on the chat. Okay, I want to read. Okay, I might have to go back a little bit before I get the conversation going. Basically, when it comes to concept of God, people take the Hod argument for God to be, I'm not sure I understand what that means. Professor Dave made a great video about this with a lady who did the work. Okay, I did not see that video, but that's interesting. Maybe I'll go look at that. Abrahamic religions, for example, have a very anthropomorphic concept of God, based like a man. I agree with that. 87 trillion, counting unfunded Social Security. All right. It has to be able to mutate on its own before it's considered life. If we analyze the universe and what we know, it's clear various concepts to different gods, they're human constructions. I don't believe that's true. This raises some important questions. What is the cell? What is life? Must life be conscious? How simplistic can a cell be? Those are excellent questions, Andy. Excellent questions. Rush Limbaugh passed away in February 2021, meaning he does not have a current standing in today's national debt. However, back in the day, he frequently criticized the federal government. I'm not sure what's that's a reference to, but yes. Fundamentally, it's not necessarily at the general idea of God is an issue, but people's preconceived notions of different, obviously human constructs. Okay. Ghost of Robin's Past. Congrats on Rush, 5 years of sobriety. Now, would you say that about someone you care about? If someone you cared about died, now, I know skeptics don't think about this, but we are going to be judged by everything we say and do. And I try to think about that when I make fun of someone who has a drug issue. They're not all bad people. I know some people personally who have drug issues, and I unfortunately know some people who have passed away. And I just don't think it's very kind, even when people I don't like pass away due to drug issues because of what a struggle it is. These are the kind of things that people said about George Floyd. He was a drug addict when he died. And, I hear conservatives talking, oh, congratulations, George Floyd, so many years sober. And I personally, I didn't even like that. I wasn't a fan of George Floyd. Whatever, what happened to him and all that. But I don't know. I just don't think it's appropriate to make fun of people's drug addictions, especially when they're dead. However, the reality is clear that there are many examples of intelligence in the universe, although not necessarily as we describe it. Ace Philosophy, Praise I Am challenged me to a debate the other day during my debate with Jill on Robin's channel. Oh, that's interesting. What did he want to debate you about? I'm interested. intelligent people wrestle in different aspects of a different religion to try to make it more coherent to fit every day, even though they wind up basically in a new religion that's opposite. Okay. Can we do a deep dive on prison planet theory? Well, I'm not opposed to that. I think I can look into it depending on who joins the panel. How about this? I'm going to post the link right now because it's been too long. So people can join now if they want. Let me get this off the screen. The problem is that when you read the religious texts, they are clear in what they say and then interpret them to say something they never really say. Yeah, a lot of people do that. All right, link is pinned for anyone who wants to join. We could, again, he didn't specify, but the debate praise was watching was my debate versus Jill on biblical. Yeah, he's actually done a couple debates on biblical slavery. I think he's actually done them on. Where did I see him do them? Did he do them on probably Standing for Truth's YouTube channel? I can't remember. I know Praise I Am, who's been quiet recently. Thank you, Nunya. I know I know you're not a fan of everything I say, so I appreciate you being here. Do I accept the book of Revelation as true? I don't really know, to be honest. I think that I don't really use it for doctrine just because I don't use it. I don't use the book of, hey, Andy, I'll get to you in a second. Let me respond to this. I don't really use the book of Revelation for doctrine because I don't think anyone actually knows what it's talking about. I don't think anyone understands the symbolism. I definitely don't think it should be interpreted literally. I don't think it's like this like a lot of Christians want to pretend it's like this play-by-play of things that are going to happen in the future, or the preterist will tell you that it's all the stuff has already happened, which I don't think makes sense either. So when it comes to the book of Revelation, I kind of just like look at it like, it's there. I've read the book of Revelation. I think that the symbolism probably does have a meaning of some sort, but I don't think anyone out there who talks about the book of Revelation actually knows, and anyone who does, I think is probably a fraud or just trying to pretend like there's some sort of modern day prophet or something, is my experience. So my opinion about the book of Revelation is I think it's interesting, but I don't think it's particularly useful. And I don't think anyone actually understands it or can properly interpret it, which is why it's not useful. Now, if someone would prove to me what it means, I would like to listen to what they have to say, but so far I haven't really seen anything that convinces me. How you doing, Andy?
I'm alive and well.
That's usually good. A lot of people are happy when that's the case.
Oh, I'm drug-free, I guess. I've been using drugs since I was 14 years old. I'm 36 now, and I quit using drugs probably right around Memorial Day.
Wow,
not hard drugs. Just honestly, like caffeine, nicotine, marijuana, things like that. Pornography. I gave up pornography as well.
Wow, Andy. I know you don't believe or maybe you don't. I don't want to speak for you, but I'm not sure you believe in the reality of the soul. But as someone who does, I think you've done an amazing benefit to your own soul, and I think that's what you've done is really amazing, because all of the things you mentioned have basically a really strong grasp over a lot of people in our world, and the fact that you've been able to free yourself from them is a pretty strong testament to your commitment to what I would say is do the right thing. So I'm really happy for you, Andy. That's awesome.
Thank you. I am also happy for myself. It's changed a lot of stuff about my life, actually. I've started sleeping properly. I've been smoking weed since I was 14 years old. I've never gone a single day without smoking weed since 2004. And I've gone 2 days from now will be a month without smoking weed, and I'm sleeping a full 8 hours. I'm falling asleep whenever I want to. I remember my dreams. a ridiculous amount of energy and motivation. I've gained almost 20 pounds just from doing nothing. It's weird. Like everything about my life changed from just giving up my vices.
Wow. I mean, I'm honestly, I'm amazed. I'm impressed. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear anytime someone does something like this. I'm really happy for them, and I know it's. Well, I guess some people it's easier than others, but for most people, the vices can really control you, and it's difficult to shake that. I think that people who defeat their vices are demonstrating a really like I mean, they're going above and beyond what the average person is willing to do in terms of bettering themselves, and it's a great accomplishment. And I'm glad to hear that it's paying off for you and improving. You would say it's generally improving your life is what you're saying.
Yeah, not even just generally, but like in every single way, shape, and form. My entire life has completely changed from just giving up caffeine, nicotine, THC, and pornography.
Wow. Well, I don't know how addictive marijuana is. I mean, I'm not trying to brag. I'm just responding to what you're saying. I've actually never done marijuana. I don't know what it feels like to be high or whatever.
Oh wow.
I really have yeah, I have no interest. What's strange is like I had a lot of friends who did it, and they would be doing it, and I honestly just never had an interest in doing it. I just never felt like it. Now I did other drugs. I drank a lot of alcohol in my day, and partied that. So I was partying and doing things like that. I haven't drank alcohol in a long time, by the way, just to update everyone. But I did at one time drink a lot of alcohol, and when I was doing that, that was obviously in social settings, and people were smoking marijuana, and for whatever reason, I just never did it. I just never smoked marijuana. I have no idea what it feels like to be high. Apparently, it feels good, but um, I don't think at this point I'm going to know what it feels like, unless it's just like something really out of strange happened. And it's like, I don't know, maybe a lab experiment where they'll pay me to do it. I don't know what would motivate me, but yeah.
Yeah,
But
I mean, it's fun. It's not worth getting into, honestly. Doesn't really do much for you. It's just kind of like yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's different for everyone else, but for me, I became severely addicted to it to where, and it's not like when you're doing it, you don't feel like you're addicted to it. Like you tell yourself, like it's not addictive. I could just stop whenever I want. But the fact of the matter is that I've known inside of my mind for more than a decade, probably almost 2 decades, that I didn't want to be a weed smoker, and yet every day I smoke weed. And then eventually, it was actually because of my reading comprehension and my focus when I'm trying to read that I just got so fed up with not being able to keep my thoughts together while I'm reading that I gave it up.
Oh, so that was kind of it was. So basically, the negative side effects did just motivate you to just be like, I want to be done with this.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, good. Well, good. Um,
Other
that's
people don't
that's
experience those side effects, to be fair, though. I know other people that smoke weed and they read all of the time and they retain the information like no problem. So, but for me, it completely destroys my focus. I'll be, and maybe it's because I have like attention deficit disorder or something, so it just magnifies it. I don't really know, but when I'm reading, I'll trail off. Like I'll be saying the words in my head that I'm reading in the book, but I'll also be thinking about like my car or like what I'm going to make for dinner without realizing that I'm doing it. And I'll read for like 10 minutes straight while I'm just trailing off thinking about other thoughts at the same time and then realize that I've retained nothing for the past 10 minutes. Super frustrating.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make fun of people who do it. I did notice generally that, yeah, it does seem to have a negative impact on people's, I mean, this should not be surprising, cognitive ability, but I will say the valedictorian at my high school was something of a pothead, which I found to be, and he was a brilliant, I went to a very large high school, and to be the valedictorian, it wasn't an easy thing. there were a lot of smart people in my area, and he somehow he was able to be this brilliant genius and could kind of be into that. So yeah, I guess it does affect some people differently, or maybe he was able to achieve a balance somehow where he compartmentalized and had certain times to where he had his study and then he would have fun, like a lot of people. But yeah, I also know other people. Most of the people who I know do that were, and again, I don't think they're necessarily bad people. I wouldn't recommend doing what they do, but it does. I could tell that it seemed like it was dragging them down generally, not just when they were doing it, but in life, lower motivation, lower, just whatever thinking ability in general.
Yeah, that's exactly what it did for me. I know for sure that I'll never relapse. I'm just so done with it.
Excellent. See, for me, again, I know this, and I see Adam in the chat. Adam Farrow, he wants to talk about a couple things, and I told him in the chat, I do want to address. Can we do a deep dive on? Do you mind if once we touch base, Andy, if I kind of entertain Adam a little bit and address some of the things?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because he is, yeah. But before I do that, I do want to say that as someone who thinks about like the soul and how it operates and whether we hey, Objective X, I'll get to you in a second as well. I do want to say something to Andy real fast. When I think about the soul, and the Bible doesn't really say a whole lot about the soul. There's even a question of whether it actually says we do have a soul. There's the people. I've seen a lot of people out there today saying that talking about soul sleep and physicalism. Some of the cults have physicalist ideas, much like the materialist atheists, where humans don't actually have a soul, they are a soul, and when you die you just sleep until the resurrection and things like that. But as someone who does believe in this kind of Platonic idea of a soul, kind of like a spirit inhabiting our body, I think, and even if you read Plato, and not just Plato, but a lot of the ancients and also Buddhism and things like that, what they will say is that one of the things that basically, I don't know if we want to use the word damages our soul, but kind of, because you can't really damage it, but what you do is you kind of sully it, is the attachment to worldly pleasures. So what is creating suffering for us is actually, suffering is ultimately something that occurs in the spirit of a person, in the soul. And it's the vices and cravings which are the sources of suffering. So when you release yourself from vice, you are actually, in a sense, contributing to the salvation of your eternal soul. So even though you don't believe you have a soul, my personal belief is that it just simply does exist, whether you believe it or not, as a scientific fact. And the things that you're doing are going to have eternal benefit. I'm not, and I don't think you would necessarily agree, but I personally, my perspective, I'm happy because I do think that what you're doing will have an eternal benefit for you, and it's something to think about. Okay, so we have David again. I'm going to get to everybody. I do want to do a little bit. See, Adam was asking about prison planet theory. So before I get to objective ethics and David, I just want to because I remember he's asking these questions before, and I want to quickly address them just so I don't totally ignore him, because part of the discussion is that when people ask to discuss something, I kind of talk about it. And this is kind of what we're actually talking about, believe it or not. So prison planet theory. Prison planet theory suggests that Earth is a confinement created to harvest negative human energy known as loosh for the benefit of interdimensional beings. This concept posits that humanity is trapped in a cycle of reincarnation and emotional experiences to generate energy for these entities. Okay, the full theory I'm reminding myself of what this is. This sounds a lot like Scientology, actually, and I really don't know, like the the theological foundations of prison planet theory, but basically the idea is that our souls are kind of put on this earth and I guess made to suffer so that some sort of spiritual entities can harvest our suffering energy and feel good about themselves. I really just, I'd have to, see why people are generating these ideas and what the
This comes
basis
from
is.
this comes from amalgamation of Buddhism and Platonism, actually.
Adam is saying that they are based on. Yeah, first of all, thank you for that contribution to objective ethics. If you have any knowledge of this, I don't know a whole lot about this, even though Adam has kind of brought this up on my channel a couple times before, and I've dabbled in it a little bit. But just like right now, I'm just not really sure where people are getting these ideas. He has a comment here. These are based on near-death experiences. It's just, I'm not sure what to make of near-death experiences in terms of, can we really gain anything certain from them? Like, I think they might be like real experiences of some sort of spiritual realm, but I think a lot of them are, personally, I think a lot of them are fraudulent. Just people making things up. I definitely don't think they're all like that, because there are certainly, even the medical community admits that these things are taking place, but it's not. I don't know. I don't think that it doesn't make sense to me at a bare minimum level, just at a gut level, to think that the idea that our souls are somehow like enslaved by some sort of spirit aliens, and I don't know, it just doesn't strike me as accurate representation of reality.
I don't think that this is born of NDEs. I think that NDEs are people trying to map some type of experience onto this pre-existing theory, because this kind of amalgamates Buddhism, Platonism, and then maybe a little bit of like Gnosticism, like from the Essene community. And so there's always this idea of reincarnation, perpetual reincarnation in particular, is seen in certain forms of Buddhism. I can't remember if it's Theravada Buddhism or not, or if it's one of the other sects of Buddhism, but I know for sure it's in Buddhism. And then you have the Platonic realms, right? And so it's kind of combines those two things. And Gnosticism goes back to the first. In fact, we don't know really what started Gnosticism, but probably at least like the 2nd century before the Common Era, if not even before that, with the Essene community, right? So these ideas have been around for a while, and I don't know who actually came up with who coined the term, but I do know that it does combine those thoughts. And the NDE thing is a relatively new phenomenon, scientifically speaking. Now, obviously, people have had dreams and had near-death experiences since the dawn of time, right? But so they probably did have kind of a mystical explanation to those things previously. But from a scientific standpoint, that's a relatively new phenomenon. I think what happens is that that casual culture, so to speak, the zeitgeist, if you will, is kind of like looking for things to map onto this pre-existing theory. That's where the NDEs come in. I don't think that this theory came from NDEs per se. I think it's actually the other way around.
Actually, just even though I've already admitted my understanding of this idea is limited, I think you're probably exactly right. I think this is a pre-existing theory from which NDEs are being utilized to provide support for their ideas, whether it's actually there or not. And Adam wants to talk. If you have any insights on this objective ethics, please, because I want to take at least a few minutes to address this. If you heard anything more about this theory or know more about it, I'd be interested in hearing what you have to say. I know you're a skeptic and I think it's all hogwash, but what are the people who promote this theory saying, and do you know anything about the origin of their ideas beyond. I know you already talked about Buddhism. Have you been listening to these people and what they're saying?
Only people that I've actually engaged with on this, and I've not taken a deep dive into it. I just know because I've engaged with a few people on this topic. And again, Buddhism and Platonism go back to like the 5th, 6th century before the Common Era, right? So we know that's been around for a very long time. And then the Essene community goes back to 2nd or 3rd century before the Common Era, at least. And so then you have the Christian Gnostics, if you will, like 1st century in the Common Era. So those theories are all pretty well established. The people that I've talked to that have brought this to my attention are all part of conspiracy theorists. And I'm not saying this is a conspiracy theory per se. I don't know. I don't give it much weight myself. But the people that have talked to me about this, that introduced this concept to me, are all conspiracy theorists. I mean, they are like the worst of the worst. Like, it's beyond flat earth level stuff. Like, everything, the moon landings are fake. There's there's governments are spying on you, in your cell phone and in your cereal box and everything else. I mean, just the craziest of the crazy people. So when those people start promoting a particular idea, I tend to not take it too seriously.
Same. It almost seems like it's a hypothesis rather than a theory.
I think using the word theory is giving it way too much credit. I agree, Andy. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's more of a hypothesis, really, unless there's evidence for it that I'm not aware of. It just seems like a guess.
Right.
Language is something language is something that in very few circumstances is policed. Now, there are certain legalities that go from like claiming to practice medicine without having a doctor's degree or something like that. So there is certain terms that are technically regulated in certain countries, at least, but for the most part, language is free use, right? And so there are people who have come up with ideas and coined them as theories, like that ridiculous hydroplate theory for the global flood myth, right? That's not a theory. It's a hypothesis at best, but it's coined as the hydroplate theory. There's no science behind it whatsoever. And there's, so like Andy's absolutely spot on. There's no reason to consider this to be on the level of a scientific theory whatsoever.
Yeah, I think evidence for ideas like this, and I'll call it an idea as opposed to a theory, is necessarily going to be extremely limited. And apparently, this is from Adam himself. David Icke is the one who popularized this view. And I will say, David Icke is not someone I follow or listen to, but the little I do know about him and have heard from him suggests, I mean, this is just my opinion. I might be wrong. Again, I don't really listen to the guy, but like Objective Ethics said, he is an extremist conspiracy theorist who talks about how like people in the government are actual like lizards in costumes and things like that. And I mean, that's probably a mischaracterization. And honestly, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure I would really entertain his views without a very high level of skepticism. And I really don't think that this can get. I really don't think that this idea can be rooted in anything that could be plausibly considered empirical or verifiable. So I just don't know what reason there is to believe this. Now, things like Buddhism that talk about like just general reincarnation, like I can plausibly see somebody coming up with an empirically verifiable experiment that might demonstrate how reincarnation might take place. But this very specific idea that Earth is like this prison planet for our souls or something, I'd be willing to listen to what they had to say. I just don't know what the basis of their claims are or how they would go about proving that. And even though I'm someone who does realize that at a certain level, religious claims do need to be taken on absolute faith. There's no way to verify like that Jesus is a prophet sent from God. At the same time, there should be some basis in understanding like how it would work and why we should go about believing the claims are even something we should take it seriously in the first place. I don't see that for this theory, or I haven't seen it yet.
Can I address one of the comments in the chat, Ace? Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Somebody, if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. It's Metagrapher, if I'm reading that correctly. Yeah, he says, oh, interesting. If you are interested in this theory, I have a theory that is based on Buddhism, Gnosticism, Baha'i, and modern science. QED, holograph, fractal consciousness. That is interesting because I just on my channel, I think it was 2 weeks ago, or maybe last week. I'm starting to lose track. I've done so much stuff, but I interviewed an author. He goes by Dane, Dark Light Delirium. I don't know if he's ever come by here, Ace, but he's a nice young man. He's actually got his own theory, quote unquote, that he's working on, his own theology, he calls it. And it's he calls it the fractal omni matrix, if I'm saying that correctly. And it's basically a mashup of like monism, like substance or neutral monism, and Neoplatonism probably would be the best way I could describe it. But this person might be really interested in, it sounds, when you start talking about like fractal consciousness and fractal, yeah, that's actually, I think one of the terms he uses is this fractal consciousness. Now, are you a non-dualist? Would be my question to this person in the chat.
Yeah, I'll look for what he. And by the way, David, I haven't forgotten about you. I will allow you to introduce yourself in a second. What I would say to you, Adam, is just first of all, this idea is not something that I've studied enough to comment on very with any level of depth. But the very shallow understanding I have of it tells me that if I did do some research, I have time limitations in my life, and I haven't pursued studying this because at a superficial level, it just doesn't seem like there could possibly be a basis for proving this or demonstrating how it all actually works. It sounds like more like a claim that's being made by people who are popularizing an idea. Where they're getting their information or why they're saying it's true, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen why, but I mean, metographer here, or metagrapher, however you pronounce that, seems to have an idea. If he wants to posit, if you want to have a conversation with him, maybe he has a better idea. I'm kind of both dualist and not. It's weird. I think, okay, yeah, I'd be interested in, hearing what you have to say. Let's see. All right. In the meantime, all right, David, forgive me. I'm not. Hold on. Oh, whoa. Hold on 1 second. I'm not sure why you joined, but I think I might have talked to you before. But I can't remember. But yeah. Introduce yourself. I'm sorry if I have spoken to you again. I can't remember, and kind of what you were hoping to discuss.
Yeah. Well, I just joined in. I saw a live stream, joined in. I believe I'd done you about maybe one other time. But y'all speak a lot about things that are a little bit above me. I don't know the terms and stuff, but I do believe in the Bible and study that pretty rigorously. And you just mentioned the word soul, and you're talking about it. And the title was dealing with like the biblical God and stuff. So I was like, yeah, I could join.
I remember. Are you the dispensationalist who joined a couple months ago?
I am dispensationalist.
Okay.
Probably sounds like you got a pretty good memory, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Just really just with this going on, I have never heard that before. But I do think there's maybe similar maybe a couple similar principles, at least for in the Bible, as far as like devils entering and controlling and stuff like that. But I don't know. I mean, I think it's good for everybody to be skeptical when you start talking about invisible things, but it really just is determined on what you say, what evidence is, like somebody mentioned, I believe it was Andy, and just how consistent is it? I mean, if it just keeps being consistent throughout all, maybe it could have some merit or not. I do think principally it's probably wise to have some sort of logical ground of that you can somehow obtain this information. Like if it's obviously in the Bible, it's claimed to be by God and that he would know what's going on, so he could dabble with the language and you can study it. Even if it's wrong, it's principally logically sound, though, that you can get the information that's consistent, test it out, of course, and see if it's so. But yeah, it's just what can you show that's consistent? Because all of this starts to become invisible. And the second you start saying, what if this and what if that, and make connections a little bit deeper without really rooting it in a good principle foundation, I do believe it's not going to be real persuadeful.
Yeah, and personally, when I start to think about this idea of prison planet theory, it does, my opinion is that now that I've thought about it a little bit, it actually does seem to be in conflict with the biblical narrative, because what this theory is positing is that Earth is essentially it says right here, confinement area, a prison, like it says. But according to the Bible, the Earth was created as a good place for humans to live. And it's not that we're being trapped here, it's that we are here. And we can basically create heaven on earth, which is what, establish the kingdom of heaven on earth, which I think is what Jesus Christ commands us to do. Or it can be, kind of what it is today, which is a giant mess, in my opinion, with a lot of chaos and suffering. And how we use our free will kind of determines whether we live in a paradise or a giant, a giant pigsty, or whatever it is we live in.
Well, just to talk about this a little, and then somebody else could speak, because I could definitely speak a lot about this. But the Bible is very simplistic with principles. It should always be simple, and it just mentions that there's beings and powers and things pertaining to information, like ghosts, like shapes, like the soul you mentioned. It seems to be that these things are operations, actually, like God, for example, at least, again, like this is just according to the Bible, that there's a ghost, the Holy Ghost is some sort of power that can come in you and work in you, like it's an operation, actually mentioned in the King James Bible. It's like a program. So those different powers and spirits that you can enter in through your choice, and you could become of it and let it have dominion over you. Now, I believe, unlike this principle, given what was it, that theory you put on there, I do believe that you yourself are your own individual being, but you have a choice, at least according to the text. So in the Bible, and I'll just say this and I'll let somebody else speak, is the reason why there's, I think, there's probably a lot of reasons why there's some confusion, but one of the things is in the Bible at least presents that there's only actually two things of origin that everything in existence can choose as far as operations concerned. It's God himself, which he claims to be the father of apparently this good, right? Goodwill. And then there's this other sin recorded, the first sin, which is Lucifer, and he's the father of sin, transgression, evil. And with these two things propagating, obviously sin would be like a virus, according to the text. It's corruption. You make that choice of whether you want to be of the devil and of God, but it's still you, though. Like, it's not you're the devil now, it's you're of the devil, because you have the information in you as a power, and it has changed your person. And I don't think that's too hard to comprehend, but you let me know what you think.
I mean, it fits for me. I mean, it's like, well,
anybody, man. It don't matter. We don't even have to really talk.
Yeah, Metagrapher. So you were in the chat. You said you have an idea about this. I honestly haven't. Even though Adam first brought this up on my channel, I don't know if it was a year ago or months ago, but he did bring it up and kind of say, "What do you think about this?" And I really haven't gone much into it even since then. But if you've studied this, I'd be certainly curious to know what your thoughts are.
Yeah. Thanks. So, well, it's kind of wild. Like, so the things that I threw out there is it's some really complicated concepts, but they can be simplified, right? Most simply, it just kind of comes down to like an idea of like what is consciousness per se, which is really difficult to decide. Like most people can't actually put their finger on like a good definition for that. Even the dictionary seems to have issues. But when I think about that enough, then I realize that it's like everything has a perspective, right? Like I have a perspective right here and now in this and that sort of thing. Like there's 5 perspectives on the screen right now. And so everybody's interpreting my words. And like when you hear words, that's when the meaning gets assigned to the word. Like I can intend to have I can intend to be interpreted a certain way, but until it's interpreted, then it doesn't actually have meaning, which also kind of matches weirdly. I'm just gonna, but I hope I don't like lose the plot too much here. But like the idea that like something doesn't have value until it's actually sold, until an exchange takes place, and then only then in that instant does it actually have value. Otherwise, it's a completely speculative value. And so that's kind of like a beginning of a basis of like where the mindset was on that. But then at the same time, I'm like, to not like wax too narrative here, but like I remember being in high school and I read a short story about somebody that dies, so like suddenly in an accident, and they hadn't decided what religion they were. And the way the short story goes is that they didn't even know that they died. They like wake up and they're like in this dark place, and then all of a sudden all of these like voices, these panels like light up, and all these people just start like blurting their religion out at them, right? And because like, what in the hell is going on here? And they're like, well, look, okay, so you died and you don't have a religion, and this is a big problem because the way that this works is whatever you believe happens. And he's like, what? Whatever I believe happens. Yes, you have 24 hours, what you would call hours, to figure out what religion you want to be, and then that's going to happen. And he goes, I can be any religion, anything. Yeah. Oh, okay. I want to be God. And I'm like, well, that's an answer. And so, okay, so that influenced me. But I mean, like, when I think about these things, I feel like there's a place where all these different religions can fit together. And that is puzzling, but Buddhism and Baha'i both feel the same way, and which is where those come from as far as like the influences on that. But so to bring this back around to the perspective and the consciousness thing, being that we are all these individual perspectives, if I look at my arm, I have pores on my arm, right? And every single pore on my arm is capable of actually sensing heat. It's like a little eyeball for heat, which is crazy. And so my arm, when it's sunny out and the light falls on my arm, I can actually feel it, and you can too. And if I close my eyes and think about it, I can actually probably literally feel the heat coming off of my ridiculous monitor over here. And so this is an interesting thing. When I think about that a little bit further, like there's this thing called integrated information theory. And it posits that like we are basically just information, but that when you put information together, you integrate it, that it's greater than the sum of its parts. And that makes sense to me. But when I think about that, it's not sufficient, because no man is an island, right? Nothing exists on its own. Everything interacts with something else. And once upon a time, I did some work on like social graph theory. And you wind up having to do this crazy math with like eigenvectors and stuff, where you're like determining how all of this group of things can work together as one to like determine where they stand with everything else on the fly. And as soon as they stand someplace where among everything else has to shift in relation to it. And that's just the way social graphs work. It turns out that if you look at it this way, where like instead of like integrated information theory has this thing called maximal exclusivity, which is kind of silly, I think. And it's the idea that only the top level consciousness wins. But we can debunk that really easily, because if you've ever been on a team before, and if you've ever worked with other humans, maybe you've ever had like a real couple moment with somebody, and you guys were thinking exactly the same way kind of thing. You're on the same wavelength kind of thing. And it's weird because we use these words like wavelength and things like that. But like the fact is that you become a larger consciousness, but you don't lose your perspective just because you participate in a larger consciousness. So we can debunk the idea of losing a conscious perspective as an individual just because we participate in larger. And if that's the case, then it also means that like your brain and all of your pores, like all your cells, everything all exist in this like kind of pseudo hierarchy that like fits in with each other. But then I said this involves God too, right? I said God fits here. And that's pretty wild, because when I think about these things, and I'm thinking about like, okay, so we'll talk about Christian God, right? Christian God typically comes from like Catholic God, which is omnipotent and omnipresent and omniscient, right? Omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. And the only way that you can actually achieve those three things and exist is to literally be everything, which is a non-starter in most arguments as far as like does God exist thing, because then you have a self-proving argument. It doesn't work. But there's this weird thing. So you might call that pantheism. And then the panentheists make this distinction where they're like, well, pantheism is insufficient. We need potentiality to be in there too. We need something that makes it so that God can stand outside of the system and be the system. And so, okay, well, I think that this is kind of a false argument though, because I don't think that they're actually like separate from each other. Huh? I can stop at any time. You guys interrupt me whenever you want.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, once you say so many things, it's kind of hard to keep track of the entire line of. But did anyone?
Yeah, we got
Did
some
anyone hear
ideas
anything
though.
that they?
Yeah, I was following along with that. Yeah, I was following along with that.
Let's do it this way. Go ahead. Objective ethics.
Sorry, Ace. I didn't mean to overtalk you. Go ahead. Let me know. Run the shit, brother.
All I was saying is anyone who has thoughts, go ahead. And you sound like you have thoughts, so go ahead.
Yeah, three things came to mind, and I do want to. So I just did a quick search to see how far off I was, and I actually did make a couple of mistakes in my summarization of this prison planet. I was right about Buddhism, and I was right about Platonism, and some of the other things I mentioned. But I did say that I thought it might be the Theravada tradition of Buddhism, because I was thinking about each individual, experiencing this constant state of reincarnation. But it actually is the Mahayana tradition, which is completely different because which makes sense because it's Tibetan Buddhism, I guess, specifically. So it's instead of the Theravada tradition, it's the Mahayana tradition. And that's because they focus on the bodhisattvas, which is one of the differences. And so it's this collective enlightenment as opposed to the individual path. So just to kind of correct myself on that. The other thing is you were talking about this being, everything, this omniscience, omnipresence, and omnipotency. It kind of harkens to Parmenides' stance on there's only being, there's no becoming. And I think that's actually been well refuted. Socrates, I think his stance of change. And I think Heraclitus did a great job when he refuted that by you can never step in the same river twice, right? Because everything is actually in a constant state of change. So if there's anything, then it would be a change. There is no being per se. It's actually everything's in a change. And then it sounded a lot like you were saying, or maybe it was the other gentleman who was talking more about Zoroastrianism with Angra Mainyu and Ahura Mazda and the truth and the lie and that battle that happens, that a lot of people anthropomorphize our existence here as being this cosmic or cosmic struggle between the truth and the lie. And so those are the things that came to my mind just listening to these guys talk. But go ahead.
Oh yeah. Good.
Thank you for that. I don't know. Before you go again, Metagrapher, since you're kind of driving the conversation, I want other people to have. Did Andy or David have something to say about the stuff that Metagrapher was saying? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. But
you got it.
Go ahead, Andy or David. Do y'all have any comments on anything that was said?
Andy hasn't spoke. It would be he goes first if he wants to speak.
I don't have anything to say. I was supposed to.
Right. Well,
no, nothing for me.
All right. No, he said a lot.
Right.
Yeah, some stuff maybe I don't really get that well. But I do say that the God of the Bible, because that's just what I study. I need some help. Like I need somebody to help me. I can't do it myself. He does claim to be a lot of stuff. There's a lot of ises. I don't know if you know. And I can list some of them, but all of them, though, at least from my studies, which I'm trying to document right now, wasting my whole life trying to document to help some people. It all refers to law, though, all of it. So when it says that God is a spirit, at least in the King James Bible, and spirit is dealing with word, according to the Bible, like the words that I speak unto you are spirit in our life, and then the sword of the spirit, which is the word of God. God is a spirit, and words are spirit in the Bible, good words or bad words. It also says the word was God. So there's a lot of ways to verify. But anyway, that's enough to at least hypothesize this sort of information theory that wind and breath and spirit is words to get some consistency. And all I'm saying, though, is it really seems to be in every way, every angle I could get my hands on to see this invisible, at least is the God of the Bible is truly something, and he is pertaining to law, and his person is pertaining to a very specific spirit, specific laws that you can obviously desire and take in and create, have laws, basically word of power. You could take in the law and have it for applications, right? So I'm just saying that with the God of the Bible, I get what you're saying as far as like a lot, people say that God's really kind of maybe is everything or something else or whatever. The God of the Bible, he has a couple of devices under his hand. One of them is dealing with this very specific person, like an operation. And it does not seem to be he is everything, like not love, for example. So I'm just saying it's just obviously each model presents its principles. But I will say that it seems like everything else is, I think, what, at least according to the Bible in Psalm 19, it mentions a universal language system that we're in, which is this basically lines of code being presented to all your sensory. All of your sensory is gathering information, knowledge, and it's being ascribed to a certain spirit. And I believe we're in some sort of, just in a very, like a nutshell, we're just like in a matrix system. We are not God creating the universe in front of us according to the Christian perspective. It's actually the God himself is speaking to our senses and making it coherent for us. And it's very easily articulated in Psalm 19 about this word and language. And then also it talks about that omnipresence, right? This spirit that's just everywhere. You can't avoid it, is because I believe we're in a language system. And I actually believe everybody is actually a language system. That God himself is a language system, an operation. I'm a language system, an operation. That's why when you might say a word, you might say, man, that's pretty cheap. And I look at it and say, gosh, dang, that's expensive. I'm probably poor then, but we're trying to get on the same page, and you don't know exactly my laws in my heart, and I can let you know that, clearly we have different income levels. So then you cannot maybe offend me or something, but that's a little of that.
Can I ask for some clarification really quick, brother? Because you're talking about the word and the power of the word, and I don't disagree with anything that you've said as far as how the information can be seen that way. It's very poetic the way you're talking about it, but I'm just curious if you're getting this word concept from the Christian's interpretation of John 1:1, because I actually interpret the logos to be different than the actual spoken word, because logos actually has multiple meanings in the Greek. And the meaning that makes the most sense, especially when I look at the other verses in John that are intended to kind of reference the first chapter and verse, in the beginning was the word. All the other supporting verses throughout John tend to lean into a better understanding, in my opinion, that the logos they're talking about is actually the principle or the applied thought. It's not gnosis, because that's knowledge. That's a different thing. But this is the same concept where it's actually a principle, law, or thought, as opposed to spoken word. Both those actually are within the definition of logos. And I think that a lot of people took that definition, the church took it and said, oh, they're talking about the word because God spoke creation into existence, allegedly. But I don't think that makes as much sense. When you actually take the scriptures as a whole, especially when you go back to Genesis, I think that it makes more sense just in all ways, especially when you look at neuroscience, that before there is ever anything spoken, you have the idea, the concept must be formulated before you can speak anything, right? So I think that the logos they're talking about, that's how I interpret that.
Yeah, well, I'll say is, and if anybody wants, I'm going to say this real quick, and then if anybody wants to comment on anything, then you can. I don't know about any of the different languages like the Greek and stuff or church fathers, so you would have to inform me. But from my understanding of the word, all of my studies make it very clear, like crystal clear, that it's actually the mind of God. And there's, we can get a little into it if you want, but basically when it says the word, it's actually a device that's creating everything, I believe, with the imaginative power of what the mind is. And there's reasons why it's called the word. For instance, I can give you words right now and it'd be giving my mind out according to the Bible. But I get what you're saying though. I really do. But I don't know the different languages stuff. So, you would have to explain that, the church fathers and not just the King James Bible English. But from my studies, your mind is spirit, words are spirit, and the word in that context is actually dealing with a device that's generating everything. It framed the world, and it's somewhat of that principle. So I do agree with you.
Remember that in the Proverbs actually says that wisdom is how creation was done, that God used wisdom to create the universe, and also uses wisdom to determine righteousness and so on and so forth. So that maps more onto, what would make most sense. Like very much like what you're saying is it's just the power is in the thought itself and the application of knowledge, not just gnosis, but the actual application of that knowledge. That's where you get the real power, the realization of that thought, right?
Yeah. So somebody else can go though.
I was gonna add on to that and say, well, have you ever heard?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I was saying, have you ever heard the phrase "every thought's a prayer and every word's a spell"?
No, I'm not sure. It sounds funny. I'm not sure I get it, but
Well, it's kind of weird because, like, if you think about it, maybe a little bit too viscerally, but like literally, like you spell words with letters, and the reason we say that is because once upon a time when people were less literate, then writing was more deliberate, and we literally saw them as like writing as casting a spell, and we would like make amulets with magic squares and stuff, and that's why we call it spelling.
oh wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, that is interesting.
There's a lot of like weird synchronicity in our language that a lot of people overlook, and they dismiss it as like maybe even woo or just like coincidence type thing. But it's no sound that we have ever uttered was a coincidence. Like there's reason for everything that we've done. So it's wild the way that this all fits together. Yeah. I just wanted to reinforce that if anybody else has anything to say. I think that you did.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think back over the course of the conversation, and again, the basis of all this is the prison planet theory, which I wasn't expecting to discuss that, but I guess it's something to talk about. Metagrapher. So your comment was that, and maybe you touched upon this in your, and I have things to say about David, his idea of the logos. I think it's interesting because for me, and again, when I look at the prologue of John, as it's called, I see, it seems to me that the theology of this, or the philosophy behind it, is not from the Jewish tradition, but it seems to me like it's coming from Greek theory and pagan theory, which can be concerning to some. So I tend to look at the idea of logos in terms of how the Greeks thought of logos. And there were some Greek philosophers, the Stoics, who derived their ideas from more famous people like Heraclitus was already mentioned, and Plato inherited some of those ideas. They talked about the logos as being this kind of almost, I don't know if you want to use the term God, but it is this sort of principle that is creative and intelligent, that is the source of the structure and basically the universe itself and reality, and how the logos is the basis of everything. And I don't know if you would call it a mind or maybe a spoken word, but it is an intelligent principle. And I think that the author of the prologue of John was trying to present Jesus in order to, and this is my theory, in order to present Jesus as kind of like a more appealing figure to the mostly Greek philosophical audience, where the evangelism was taking place. I think what's going on there is what John is doing, he's trying to say, oh, y'all have been talking about this logos. Well, guess what? The Messiah of Judaism is that very logos, and that was kind of an evangelical tool that John used to attract, pagan non-Jews into the early Christian religion. So I don't know. That's kind of an idea that a theory that I think makes sense. Maybe that aligns with some of what you've seen. Anyway,
I get what I think I get what you're saying. I heard it many times, actually. I'll just say this real quick, and then we get these the new fellas coming in. Is obviously the argument is just there's information being presented, and at that time, are they being influenced in anything else other than the Hebrew text or the Torah? I'm just saying, from my strict studies, it seems to be all the principles that allow me to have that interpretation are all in really just the Torah, where it mentions God has a mind. It mentions that God speaking his words is actually him giving his mind. And that this concept of speaking your mind is your mind. The words that your reasoning is you. So if you give bad reasoning, not only is your reasoning bad, but you would be classified as somebody that is maybe dumb or simple or etc. because it is you. And it seems to be how reality works and also how the text works. But again, it's all determines if you can find it in especially the previous text. Yeah, if it's just nowhere there, it does seem to be that they might have got influence. I think it was pretty heavy. If the Bible's true, it was certainly some heavy spiritual warfare going on. Like everybody's trying to throw out their ideas. Satan's conjuring up. That's why I believe we have all these great thinkers of that time. They were really shooting stuff at each other. But that's all I'll say for that.
Okay, there's a lot on the table, and I guess so thank you for that, David, for that measured response. Metagrapher, if you want to kind of some of the things you talked about, like this prison planet theory. I mean, we don't have to talk about prison planet theory all night. I'm not sure even Adam wants to do that, but just kind of what have you seen? Because it seems like you've maybe studied this a little bit. What are you seeing from the various faith traditions that you talked about that kind of would in any way provide a plausible framework for believing that this is something that we should look into?
So prison planet theory per se is kind of reminds me a lot of Scientology. It seems like a to me, while it has a lot of things that make a lot of sense, because the idea of like having a planet that is a prison, that we were like some kind of an alien race, it has a lot of parallels to literally the L. Ron Hubbard tale. And of like Xenu and coming down here with Thetans and all this, and how our souls have been infected and we have to return to our true self and that sort of thing. And that's a fine way to look at it too. I guess it works for some people like Tom Cruise, so that's cool. But so I'm not going to knock anybody's beliefs. I mean, in fact, actually, like I genuinely have space for everybody to have beliefs. That's the thing about everybody having perspectives, is that every perspective is your reality. That's like, we have to accept that. Like if I were to presume that any of you weren't conscious, that'd be really rude. So
yeah, well, the thing about my thing is people can have their perspectives, but I've always taught on this channel that there is an objective reality, and people believe all kinds of things, which is why the world is so mixed up the way it is. But the one thing I think that needs to unify everything is that there is an objective reality, and if people have a perspective that doesn't align with that reality, then what they believe is just simply false. So I'm hoping, would you agree with that though?
Largely.
Okay.
So I have room. This is really confounding to a lot of people, unfortunately, but I have room for contradictions in my universe, in my world. And the reason for that is literally just the fact that like we have so many examples of like the optical illusion of the old woman and the young woman, the beauty and the hag, right? That's that you see it 1 second and it's the beautiful woman, and then all of a sudden she becomes the old hag, and so we can see that there are times when things are both things, and that's kind of weird, and it doesn't really jive with like classical logic, but it does weirdly work with everything else that we're discovering as far as science goes. Which, by the way, I want to just briefly say we talked about the Holy Spirit a minute ago, and that's the origin of the pursuit of science in most cases for like at least Western pursuit. So it's like we often traditionally believed that science was enabled by the Holy Spirit. So pursuit of knowledge was a holy pursuit, a gift, right? And even like also kind of just digressing slightly to the to logos thing, I want to point out that computer code, like it runs the thing that we're talking on here, and it's just words, and it breaks down into just zeros and ones, which is the craziest concept actually. And we're getting even crazier with our cheese whiz. But the fact is that this all breaks down, and I'm not suggesting that like every atom has the same amount of agency as like we do. We are very complex creatures, and atoms are arguably simpler. But it all fits together so that like we can still have like everything has to originate as a thought, as you said, and that jives. That totally follows. In Gnosticism, they said the universe is mental, like everything is mental. It's the first tenet. And so when we accept that, then actually everything seems to posit from that. But I do want to say, so there's something much deeper to all of this that I actually haven't even said yet, which is ultimately there's this one thing. I love this. It's my favorite Bible verse. To me, like if for some reason I lost the rest of the Bible tomorrow and all I had was this one Bible verse, I'd be okay. And it's John 13, 34 and 35, which is, love one another as I have loved you. And I will know you by the love that you give. And that that it was also the statement about how he's the fulfillment of the law and all these things like this. But basically it seems to me that actually jives with like all the science that we have and all the other things. Like anytime that we go through, like every religion wants peace. They talk about peace. Christianity talks about a personal God, but it's ultimately about peace and love. And so is everything else that we've talked about. So I think that love is the fundamental thing, actually. And it might sound trite, but I think that's it.
It sounds to me like, based on what you talk, it sounds to me like maybe you are a Christian or you are sympathetic to some things within Christianity, but you also draw ideas from other religions. Have I read you?
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah. I was raised Catholic and Presbyterian, which is really weird. So I was a master acolyte at one time.
Yeah, that is actually really weird.
Yeah. It's like, but I read this thing not too long ago. It said once a Christian, always a Christian. And I think, I don't know how true that really is, but it jives with me because I can't seem to shake the idea that like, I mean, Jesus, whether he was an individual or more like Shakespeare, I don't know. But the ideas that he put out seem really like when I cut away the cruft, when I take away the things that feel like tools of control that were added so that they could fit into Roman society or so that they could fit into Hebrew society or what have you. When I take away those things and just look at what Jesus preached, it was always just love, really, and caring about each other and giving of, like, what's the story about where he receives a comb for his birthday, the golden comb, and he's like, sell it, give it away, go feed some people. I don't want that. Why would you think that I would want your golden comb? It was Matthew that gave it to him, I think, if I remember correctly. So yeah,
I think of what you might be talking about. Okay.
No, go ahead.
I think that's the story about the what is it, the oil, some sort of perfume was given to him, and he said this is what it was. And
it was oil for anointing him, for anointing his dead body, I believe.
Yeah.
I thought it was for his birthday.
Okay.
It was a birthday gift, but I do know about the oil for his dead body too.
I think it was given to him at the Last Supper, if I'm not mistaken, and I think that might also be only in the Gospel of John. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's in Mark too. It's also in Mark.
Oh, it's in Mark. Okay. Oh wow, that's interesting. In the meantime, I agree.
I was gonna say, can you put on the screen again that definition of the thing you had before? I already forgot the name of it.
Yeah, I'll get it up in a second.
You look at that. If you want to talk about it,
It's prison planet theory. I'll put it on the screen. Give me 1 second. Yeah, to me, and I know this. I'm coming at this as someone who does believe things that are unverifiable, but this does seem to me like you said, it seems like it has very strong relationship to Scientology. Just like Metagrapher was saying, it sounds extremely similar in its kind of general overview. Maybe not with the specifics of what exact beings are doing the imprisoning, but for the people who popularize this idea, for them to get this specific, I think. See, when I talk about Jesus being a prophet, like there's a theoretical framework where there are human beings in communication with God. So to me, God is a rational concept that could plausibly exist, and I do believe exists. God could plausibly communicate to human agents. Why he would only select some is something we've discussed on this channel. So there's a framework there for why this should be taken seriously. Prison planet strikes me as just, you have to know where are these people going where they're seeing souls being imprisoned by these various powerful forces or whatever they are. Like that's really specific claim.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say is you could take it word for word, like just word by word. I mean, where I don't really know what they're talking about. What is a planet? What do they mean by that? What is because prison? At least this is where we're trying to get in the same page, right? Prison seems to be, at least from my studies, something ill will happening. Like you don't want to be there. You're stuck in something, which would be like a definition of damnation, possibly in the Bible, at least. But if you are living, and I mean, let's just say if you have a free will, or you could code your own soul, if you enjoy it, I mean, I don't see, like, if you call it just the principle is just we're in a prison where you have to make a choice. Well, it's a prison that apparently you want to stay in, right? And you enjoy. I don't know. I don't think I just have again, it might be, maybe I'm being too picky, but just that already from just principally just doesn't work in my opinion, because if somebody actually enjoys being here, enjoys life, enjoys their operation that they're having, the situation they're in, I don't know how you could call it a prison planet for everybody.
Well, I think if you take the definition of a prison, think of it more as a trap. So earlier we were talking about addictions, for example, right? People can be trapped by their own desires, which then that becomes a prison for them, right?
Yeah, but what is a trap though? A trap is
stuck,
implying
something that you're stuck in.
Well, then you could just say you're just stuck in a planet then, and I would say that would make more sense. But
I agree. That would be more clear. Yeah, that'd be a clear way of doing it. But they don't. But that's, the language is used for a purpose, just like you're saying, the power of words, right? So what imagery does the word, oh, you're stuck here? That doesn't necessarily map onto the power that to be stuck in an addiction is a very powerful state of existence, a very miserable state of existence, right? And so, which is why a lot of people can't get out of their addictions. So to just say, oh, you're just stuck in a bad place, doesn't necessarily visually or viscerally do justice to the situation. If you say you are imprisoned or you are trapped in your addiction, that is something that most people who are suffering from addiction can relate to then.
No, I get that. All I'm saying is prison, trap, and stuck have basically they're kind of derogatory. They're bad in nature. If you just say you're stuck, well, what am I stuck in? That could just mean you just exist for somebody that thinks it's fine. That's all I'm saying. If it's bad for everybody, but yet everybody doesn't maybe seem that it's that bad, or they're fine and they actually want to be here, I think all the terms start to fail. Obviously, if somebody's starving, their will is not being fulfilled, right? The desire, a desire accomplished is sweet to the soul. And if your desire is not accomplished, it's bitter. So then you complain, and you like Hannah in her bitterness of her soul, she's complaining to God. it's just I'm just saying, like, I'm just looking at it myself, and I don't get what they're saying.
I'm looking at
I'm
it from the
fine.
perspective. I'm looking at it from the perspective of how they map Buddhism onto this, and Platonism, for example. And so in Buddhism, if you are a slave to your own expectations, right? It's like being a jailer and a prisoner. You're a prisoner. You are imprisoned by your own desires, but you actually have the keys in your hand. You can let yourselves out any time that you have the willpower and the wisdom to do it. Right? You just have to make the decision to do it. It's not like somebody's actually imprisoning you. You're imprisoning yourself, but it is very much a prison. You are very much trapped, but you have the access, you have the power to free yourself, which is where the bodhisattvas would come into play in this, and the Tibetan Buddhism, because they believe in like the Dalai Lama, right? So you're looking for this collective enlightenment, as opposed to the previous tradition I was thinking of, the Theravada, where it's you're on this journey by yourself, essentially. Each individual person is on this journey by themselves. But in this Mahayana tradition, you have these bodhisattvas, you have this collectivism. So you could help guide each other by saying, hey, brother, you are trapped in your addiction. You need to put down the cigarettes or the alcohol or whatever it is, or you need to put down the selfishness or get control of the ego or whatever it might be. You know what I mean? And then you can free yourself from the prison. But until then, you will continue to reincarnate into this prison because you are putting yourself there.
You know what's weird about that? I think that actually, like, a lot of the rules that we give ourselves sometimes become the prison itself. Like when we give ourselves too many of these framework, it becomes its own prison in a way. It's interesting, but yeah, this is an interesting theory.
Yeah, keep it there. I want to look at it, please.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so like,
no, I was
it's
gonna
like,
say, can you bring the definition back? Unless you want to go to something else, because I'm just trying to look at it.
My computer's not too. Yeah, right.
All right.
Yeah, I was
Sorry,
kind
I
of.
didn't mean to interrupt.
I was kind of looking. No, I was looking. I was trying to find like a well-known proponent of the theory, kind of giving an idea, but really it was more just. It seemed like it was more like other people just outlining what the theory says. So
this is interesting. So he says the idea is rooted in reincarnation. If reincarnation is true, we are supposed to learn from our experiences, but instead we don't. We get memory wiped. That's also a massive point of the theory. That's an interesting point.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think it's principally flawed in some ways, but just remember, they're basically, again, maybe I'm wrong. I haven't put too much thought in it, but they're basically saying you need to have a desire to not desire. And then when you do not desire anything, you have accomplished your desire. So it's kind of weird, in my opinion. Plus, I don't think there's anything wrong with having relationships, having friends. I mean, like, I think there's things, obviously there's lots of evil. I mean, unimaginable evil happening in corners of the planet. And I think it's going to get worse, but there is good. You can see good stuff, I believe, things that are comforting and things that, I mean, if you got to exist at a state and you can at least perceive, even though you might be starving and there's war all around you in a certain country, you can at least perceive the state that it can be good and there is good stuff. And you can work with that wisdom and make conclusions. People, even in good states, don't even think about this stuff. But I don't know. I do agree, though, if there's some benefit in reincarnation somehow, then that would be a benefit, a value system that you could desire, latch onto, and maybe make some persuasive, logical sense to continue with this belief. I just don't see anything. And of course, like somebody mentioned, I do think that is illogical. It doesn't make sense as far as what person is. I think person is dealing with the law that you are. And if you just simply have a clean slate, you dump yourself back in the ocean, references referred to, and then you scoop it back up. I think it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I do want to speak to that actually very briefly, if I can, because it's like there's this thing, like a vinyl record is actually proof that all matter has memory. That was the purpose of inventing the record. Weirdly, it was a parlor bet between Edison and a friend, and so the thing is like when we learn things, it makes an imprint on us, like literally physically imprints on us. We might wrinkle our brains or whatever, but it also affects our cellular structures and our DNA and stuff like that. And I used to really struggle with the idea of like when we die, that this knowledge just dissipates, it just goes away. And then I realized that does happen, but that it's not for nothing, because everything is like carrying, like I can still see the imprint of the last flood, around here on the bridges, right? So everything affects everything, like it's all there. It doesn't go away. But then for reincarnation, we can take a modern look at AI. And this is like, we probably don't want to do that because a lot of us probably have feelings about that, but I just want to point this out because AI definitely is inspired from like the way that we build AI is inspired from the way that we think and the way that we grow and the way that we have generations and the way that we have evolution type things and stuff like that, right? And so, but at the same time, it forgets every time. Every time that you talk to it, every single turn, unless you tell it, and that is happening on the backside, but it necessarily cannot know what it had before, because if it had that continuity, then it would get bogged down. And so in the same way, it's kind of like this thing that we live in here seems to be a big lesson, and we take all these lessons, and the lesson will be taught until it is learned, and that just keeps happening on small scale, large scale, it seems to me. And so then reincarnation doesn't really feel as much like what we might want it to be, like where our soul specifically goes into a new body or what have you. Maybe it does, I don't know, but it seems to me that it's almost more akin to like just a necessary reset. Otherwise you would be stuck in all the ways that you already learned.
There is don't forget though, brother, there's the conservation of information, right? So we know one of the greatest, easiest, or I should say most popular examples to help understand or conceptualize the theory of entropy is you take an egg and you drop it on the floor, right? Now it's got this huge mess that the shell is in a million pieces, the yolk's all over the place. But it turns out that if you had enough computing power, you could technically reverse that process. You could reassemble that egg exactly as it was. Now it would take a massive amount of computing power to do that. But what that tells us is that information is actually conserved. And the theory itself, I believe, says that all information is ultimately conserved at the event horizon of a black hole. And I'm not sure how the cosmologists and mathematicians have figured that out. But there is this conservation of information. And if that does hold, then the issue wouldn't be as to, okay, we've lost this information, it's gone forever. It comes down to a matter of access. So then you have to look into the details of, well, what is this reincarnation? What does it entail? So when I reincarnate, what environment am I reincarnating into? Because we know that we are a product of our environment, right? Our personalities, our learning structure, as well as the genetics, the actual genetic makeup of our individual brains and stuff like that, which help us formulate personalities and abilities, cognitive abilities, and so on and so forth. Our environment has so much to do with that. So that information, the access to that information may somehow be linked to the environment and the body that we're reincarnated and the form itself that we're reincarnated into, perhaps. And I'm not saying that's how it is. I'm just postulating here, but
I mean, it could be though, because there are things like, this is crazy. Well, I didn't even know about this stuff until like COVID happens, right? COVID happens, and I learned about things called virophages. Phages. Okay, cool. I learned about these things called phages. They're like you have bacteriophages and virophages, and phage just means life. And it's these like, they're like viruses for viruses and bacteria for bacteria. That's a real thing. And then the craziest thing is that it can modify the DNA of the virus, and the virus can modify our DNA. And so technically, it's actually reasonable that we're constantly sharing DNA with each other through these things. That's crazy. But it goes back to the environment thing. Because
that's why I'm a compatibilist. I don't believe there is such a thing as libertarian free will, but I think we do have the ability to make choices, but the choices are extremely limited, and there's a significant amount of external influence into what choices are even available to us, and then how we'll react to different situations. But I'm not a hard determinist, but I do think that the environment plays a significant, primary role in many instances to the decision-making process. I would say external factors in most cases are a priori to any choice that we actually make. But I do think that there are times when we actually talk ourselves off the ledge, so to speak.
Yeah, totally. I tend to boil this down for myself anyway. I try not to like say profess it to too many people because I don't fully know it, but because free will is a really big question mark. But when I think about it, I'm like, okay, well, we ultimately probably have a binary choice, and the choice is going to be between self or others. Am I going to act for myself, or am I going to act in the interest of others? And you can't always do one or the other. So
I don't see that dichotomy, to be honest with you. I don't see. I mean, I see that. I think in some instances you could certainly lay it out like that, but I don't think that's a true dichotomy because I tend to. One of the things I promote on my channel is trying to promote equality and help people understand how they can be living their best life. And for me to live my best life, I want my neighbor to have everything they want and need, because if my neighbor has everything they want and everything they need, they have no motivation to come and take my shit or to abuse me or to, you know what I mean? Whatever, because they're completely satisfied with what they've got. So selfishly, I have a selfish motive to help my neighbor be living their best life. And if my neighbor's living his best life, that means I have access, the least amount of resistance to me living my best life, right? So it doesn't have to be this dichotomy per se. One can work with the other synchronistically.
Yeah, totally. I mean, in the same way, we can also count to 4 with binary. Just saying. So yeah, I don't know. I agree entirely with you. Actually, I really like the way you looked at that.
I think it gets really sticky because, like the other brother was saying, the words, you know, the meaning, the power, and the effect of the word is really realized once somebody receives that and deciphers it for themselves, right? That's when that word actually really takes shape and takes form. So when people hear words like egoism or selfishness or self-centeredness, they automatically throw up these red flags, and as those are negative things. But we actually need a healthy amount of ego for several reasons. You know, our own survival has to be ultimately our priority in almost every instance. And we can think of a lot of analogies in life where we understand this and we just take this for granted. But like, think about a crashing airplane. If the oxygen masks come down out of the ceiling, the thing they tell you every single time you get on the plane and the stewardess gets up there and does her little thing, she says, put your own mask on first. Because if you don't put your own mask on, you're probably going to pass out before you can help even one other person, right? So you get your own mask on, then you're in a position to help the 2 people sitting next to you. So this sense of ego, I do a lot with water sports, and I'm a trained lifeguard. And so I know that in lifeguard training, we tell people, if you're not trained in water rescue, if you're not a really strong swimmer, do not go out and try to save a drowning victim, because they will drown both of you. Right. So it takes a certain amount of self-preservation is very important. If you didn't have a sense of ego, you wouldn't know what mouth to put the fork in. Right.
That's true. That's true. Good point. Yeah.
But then there is the negative of it. Too much ego becomes like narcissistic, and that's very unhealthy. And you make not only your own life miserable, everybody else's life around you. And one of the key things that you need, in my opinion, a necessary precondition for living a good life and for happiness is self-respect. And a true narcissist cannot have self-respect. People who have overinflated egos act like they have self-respect. They act like they have a lot of self-value, but it's all a mirage, right? It's all inflated. There's nothing behind it. They're actually very insecure, it turns out, very unhappy.
That's true. That's really true. Have you ever read any Carl Jung?
Not much. No, I'm familiar with Jung and Marx both, but no, I haven't read anything significant.
Jung is really fascinating. I think normally I wouldn't recommend just jumping straight to the Red Book, but I actually would in your case. The Red Book is amazing. It's a book that was compiled actually more recently, and it was like this compilation of stuff across 30 years of his life where he was experimenting on himself through dreams and trying to understand. He describes it himself as saying, I've gone to the brink of sanity, passed through across the other side, and remained sane. But so he talks about, I mentioned this though, because we talk about ego, and then naturally I want to go to id and super ego and things like that, which is Freudian. And that's fine. But I really like Jung's framework better because, he talks about your outer self and your shadow self, like the self that you see. And then because everything's a projection, like, this whole thing that we are experiencing is, I'm like interpreting it, you know? So then I have to make some idea of what this experience is, and so do you. And so it's just a projection. So we have shadows, and I really like that a lot because it points to the idea that we have, I mean, like light and dark, it's a great analogy. And even in the physical world, the shadows are literally our graph, a weird experiential 3-dimensional graph, 4-dimensional graph of where the light's going to be for us specifically, because somebody else over there will see a different shadow, you know, depending on what light hits their eye. And that's pretty crazy. But yeah, I just wanted to say that about that. Yeah.
Justin Elders, I'm not sure if you've been on the panel before, but he is a new guest. So you know, maybe you've seen something you thought was interesting, had something to contribute, or you just want to introduce yourself and let us know what you want to what you want to discuss. Go ahead.
We talked a long time ago when I was retarded Christian.
Let me think. Are you the guy
A
who
long
had like
time
two heads?
To what?
Yeah. Were you like in your handle's name? Were you the one who had like two natures or something? Was your title or something?
Probably. I would say that.
Oh,
that's a horrendously false teaching, though.
I do think I remember you. I think I used to talk to you on like Praise I Am's channel, if I remember correctly. He's someone who used to go on his channel a little bit?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to embarrass you. I know.
I'm just being real. I'm just like, man, unfortunately for us all.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, sorry, I'm gonna put the Prison Planet discussion on. Yeah, I do remember you, and so you're no longer a Christian, eh?
I don't think that Christianity is Christian anymore. This has been a long time I've known that, but yeah.
So let me ask you. I'm first of all, I'm glad you joined us because I believe it or not. I'm not saying let me put it this way. I did remember our conversations. I remember that when I first started talking to you, and this was probably this is going back several years. I remember that you were like kind of a proponent of the free grace theology.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when praise was on, going into that. And now it seems to me like I was kind of wondering, where maybe what your development was, because I could definitely see that there was a progression going on, and then I haven't heard from you in a while. And now it's I'm kind of seeing that you're kind of just questioning the entire concept of what Christianity actually is, and whether you fit into anything like that, or go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of headaches, but I think, well, I know you don't recognize Paul or anything, and I don't care. But I do. But I would say that there is definitely a lot of teachings that are different by him. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I would say that what Paul was actually teaching has nothing to do with free grace. That's for sure. I mean, what they're teaching is practically that, when they say not of works and then they make it a work to agree with what they're doing. And it's at the same time, it seems like Paul's teaching is more along the lines of there's one who's in control or placer, and there's that he's working all, and it doesn't seem to be in line with anything. I would say that it's similar to what Calvinists all often talk about, but at the same time, it's directly outside of the faith to believe Jesus is God. It's directly outside of the faith to believe a lot of the things Christians do, like believing that there's a hell, or that there's an afterlife apart from it. Like when you look at how strict the apostles were, like a guy says the resurrection is already generated, and Paul says, yeah, the Lord knew who were his. So he's like, yeah, he wasn't even his, just for saying that the resurrection's already generated, i.e. what we know nowadays is going to heaven when you die, or going to hell, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it is.
I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm not saying anything you're saying is right or wrong. I'm just trying to gauge where you are since the last time I talked to you.
Sometimes I don't know where I'm at. But I mean, where I'm at is where I'm usually at. Frankly, I try to resist over and over being engaged in any of this, but it just seems like futile, because I just get, it's all I know. Maybe, I don't know. That's why I'm kind of that's why I'm almost scared to say where I'm at, because where I'm at is rather not exactly the same as people you probably wouldn't like Ace, but they're not. It's not because of Ace, nor is it exact. It's similar in that I think the scripture teaches something similar, maybe more. I think that Paul is definitely more legalistic than Ace is, but not legalistic in the sense of that it's up to you, but legalistic in the sense that not so loosey-goosey about things. But not that I think that Ace is being like irreverent or anything, but he's just running a show. I don't expect it. Like, he has so many people goofing off on there. It can get annoying. So
yeah, I understand, but I do think even though his show is kind of goofy, I do think he strongly believes what he says he teaches.
I
so
know Ace very well. I know Ace better than I know anyone right now. So, which I barely know anyone, though, to be fair. I'm everyone's left my life. I know how you're well aware that the scripture says nothing about Jesus being God. Other than, you might be able to get ideas along the lines of, in the same way when Satan's called God, the fact of the matter that Jesus is a created being, and this is part of the faith. And I know people would, dogpile you over that. Well, yeah, I remember even as a Trinitarian, so-called, because they said I was, because frankly, it doesn't make any sense anyway, but I remember I was on Praises when I was still believing all that shit. And I said, what do you mean? We do believe in three gods. And we're just saying they're under the same name or something. And man, the panel erupted. People, 12 people in a panel screaming at me, and this, I'm going to correct you, this, that, the other thing. Then once one guy leaves, once he thinks he's done his correction, the other guy comes in, and then another guy, and 12 people at a time screaming at, or I guess 11 when you're one in there. But it's look, one God the Father, the first of the creation of God, firstborn of the, it doesn't matter if you pick John, it doesn't matter, that Jesus is a man, and the part of the message is that he died. How the hell can and that's the thing, is that, I know you don't agree with Paul, but if you think about it, Paul's message was that Jesus died, and Christ, by the way, which Christ doesn't, Christ puts him right outside the realm of God because he's God's anointed. And but to say Christ died, well, he can't die if he's operating the universe. He's God. I mean,
yeah, I've always thought that was a huge problem with, and obviously, they have their answers to the idea of God dying. As you're probably aware, they'll say that.
Answers.
Yeah, so I think
just like the two natures. It's just it's a construction that happens because they're blind. Like the reason that most of the free gracers believe in that is because they can jump around passages and they don't understand any of the passages, and they're trying to, let's just be like merciful and realize they're blind, and they're put in a shitty situation on earth, and it's scary. Everything about this life is scary. But then on top of that, we have people saying that Jesus taught an eternal hell, which Jesus never used the word eternal nor hell. So, nor does the scripture teach any such thing. And I know you were aware. I don't know if you were, how much you remember, but I was, all those people would give me so much shit for pointing out hell didn't exist when I was so-called free grace. But, oh well.
Well, it depends on how you define hell. I'm not saying you're definitely wrong, and I don't. If people can, I'm just.
Well,
what I will say is that
people are mean.
Right. Well, I personally do think that there is a conscious experience after death, not in the same way that we do while we're alive. And I do think that there is a place of suffering that people go for people who've, merited that happening. Personally, I think that there are there are many problems with, and I know you didn't say you agree with everything Ace Theo says, but there are a lot of, whether how seriously you take the scriptural problems with Ace Theo's system, and I think philosophical issues. Are you like morally opposed to the concept of hell? Do you think it's like something that not something that a fair God would do, or do you
it doesn't really matter what I think. It's just
right.
It's just plainly not there, I guess, is my point. I think the scriptures are probably the clearest teaching in the scriptures and in nature itself is that death is not life. So to make something death into an experience of life is plainly the opposite of what someone would be calling it. Well, the point being that, and also the big part of the scriptures is like resurrection and stuff. So it doesn't even make really any sense. And like if you were to take some of the passages, whether about timing, and if you took Daniel or this or that resurrect, or the way Paul stated it, that these people are teaching the resurrection is already generated, you might say, perfect present. And they overturn the faith of some, but the Lord knew those who were his. So I don't think there's any wiggle room for that kind of idea in any of the. I mean, the whole thing is that Jesus died in the first. Like, if he died and he was taken out of death, that it's not that his body died. Because what would that? Because really, when you think about it, like when they say that, like let's. I am aware you don't like Paul, but let's just consider from their perspective here for a second. Whenever I say Christ died, the subject is not his body, so they have to remake it into his body. And then whenever you say, well, no, read it again. Christ didn't. It doesn't say his body died, nor does it say his flesh died, or his humanity, whatever they're talking about. No, it says no. There's no idea like this in the text, and to redefine it as like a genitive case, Christ's, and then you could put anything after that, and it would still be a different subject. Christ's foot died. Christ's chicken died. Christ's cat died for your sin. It doesn't matter. They're just changing what it says. And on top of that, if they're going to say his humanity, whatever that means, or his body or flesh, well, what did they not read the book of First John, which is directly against their teaching? That kind of like that teaching. I guess I was labeled under. You said two natures. That's directly against that teaching. The whole book's direct. the whole book of First John's supposed to go against that teaching, but because they don't take the subject of the sentence serious, nor the verb or anything, cases or anything serious ever, they have made it into a book about the two natures. Because they're not actually reading what the subject of the sentence is, or the verb, or the. So by doing that, so what about when it says the spirit of the Antichrist? They say that Jesus Christ not having come in the flesh. Well, isn't that what they're saying? Because whenever they say Christ's body died, okay, fine, whatever that's supposed to mean. But why is it that when Christ's flesh dies, he doesn't die? You're just saying Jesus Christ did not having come in flesh. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a mess.
Yeah, I do. But I am very interested in this conversation. Well, let me just say this. I want some of the other guests. They might have thoughts. One of the thing about these panels is I try to make sure everyone has equal time, and sometimes that means kind of cutting into a conversation that I find really interesting. But I do want to be fair. Does anyone else have it?
I just want to.
By the way, Justin,
definitely say to you that I apologize for all my belligerent, wicked behavior in the past. And like I said,
oh no, you don't have to apologize.
No, but I think you're very respectable. So, even though we have plenty of disagreements, but like it's like, who knows? Maybe it doesn't work out. Whatever.
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, I'm really glad you came back. And yeah, I can tell we still certainly have our disagreements and your epistemological differences about approach to the Bible. And, it seems like you still take certain parts of it valid that I don't, which is fine. And we can talk about that. But if you're welcome.
Hard
you're
welcome.
though,
it's hard because I feel like life is such a fucking headache. Like life is just, most of the time I'm more excited, but it's just so, it's.
All right, how about this? Somebody give Justin
my life.
I want you to stick around.
Yeah,
because I think that is. We were almost kind of getting into that before you joined the panel about it's almost like the purpose of life. What are we doing here? Does anyone have any inspiring words for Justin? Stick around, Justin. Don't leave just yet. Let's just give us a few minutes.
I'm not leaving.
Why should Justin be excited about life? Someone help him out. Come on, anyone, go ahead. Give him what's the purpose of all that?
I think you should be excited about life because we're the highest form of intelligence known to humanity. So it's like the biggest privilege that you could possibly imagine.
I would counter back and say, "Oh God, that's terrifying." Because that's part of my problem. It's like I feel like I feel like the most intelligent people, and I'm just like that I listen to. They're still just full of like, oh God, like either whether full of themselves or full of like struggle.
I do have a comment to that. Sometimes, like you watch National Geographic Discovery Channel, you see the apes, you'll be like, they're so dumb, and then you go out and decide like the apes are definitely smarter than we are. The apes are smarter than humans. Sometimes it's like because the thing is the apes, and the apes can take care of themselves. They're out in the wild. They can't do abstract logic like we can. But an ape's going to make it. A vast majority of humans, if you I do not want to get political, but if you took away all the free handouts and all the structures in society that keep a lot of people alive, a lot of people wouldn't make it. And you see, when you drive around on the highway, every day I just shake my head and like, humanity. This is just, you just see the craziest things. People just come this close to throwing their lives away just to get one car length ahead. It's like, was it really worth it to like go 100 miles an hour around that car so you get one in a traffic jam? Like, did it really make a big difference? Stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's kind of the suffering part. So when usually someone does something like that, they're just sick of everything. Well, not all people. Some people are just out of control.
Yeah, you might be right about that, though. Might have just come to a point where, if I die in a fiery car accident, I don't care. What's the problem with that? There might be that some line of truth to that, actually. Now that I think about it.
I think
Oh
so.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
But you can kind of tell what the kind of person. Depends.
Someone was about to say something.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say. Well, I mean, you asked a reason to live, and man, that's something I struggle with for a long ass time. That's a thing. Oh, I kind of only recently have I really like arrived at something that actually keeps me going for a long years now. But it was basically like,
all right, let's hear it.
Yeah. So the past only exists in your memory and of like whatever the effects are we have in the present moment. The future is undecided. It is we want to believe we have some kind of free will. Okay, cool. The future is undecided, so it's the only thing that actually exists is the present moment right now. That's the only thing that really exists is this right now. And then for me, it's like, if love really is this base thing that holds everything together, if it is the reason for, like, I don't know, religion, for example, then that means to me that the only thing that matters is what love I can give right now to others, which ironically I can't do while I'm running my mouth because it involves listening. So I'm kind of doing the opposite of it right now. But I guess in a way I'm hopefully not, because if this gives you any reason to enjoy and like inventory the good things, like take note of like have gratitude and just be like, wow, we don't have agency when we're in some other place. Like when we die, whatever you believe, when we pass away, certainly we pass away. Whatever happens, we don't have the same agency that we had when we're here. Right now is the only time we can affect anything. It's like Van Gogh. Van Gogh's dead, but he's still alive. We still know who he is. He still has personality, all this stuff. Like, we know about him, but he doesn't get to do anything else now. And so I use that to keep me going. That's my thing.
Yeah, I can see that. Part of that struggle though is just like, whenever I think that way, it's like I just always feel like I'm lacking. Not that it's not expected, but like I put so much effort into especially like the scriptures and stuff, and it consumed my entire adult life, and even then I just feel like, man, life's just a headache. It's there's so much, and I'm just some dumb.
Justin, you're not dumb.
Let me try, Justin.
I mean, dumb is,
exactly
dumb in regard to, like, we're all kind of dumb, and that's kind of what my point is.
Well, yeah, it's like, well, everything leads from one station to another, right? Everything's a transition between stations, and so you're exactly where you need to be. You couldn't be any further or back. That's it. Like,
yeah.
Please don't tell yourself that you're dumb anymore.
Oh,
you're
no,
not.
I don't mean
how you talk
like
to yourself is really important.
I don't mean it like a negative. I mean like being aware that we are quite lacking. We think most people think that we're more intelligent than we are. I don't. The more I just listen to things, it just seems like anything. Like one guy's 60 years old and he was a pastor, and now he's an atheist. Now he's going to announce it to everyone in self-importance. And this is a 20-year-old, and then she thinks she's hearing from God, and that this is the most important message she's ever heard, and it was given to her in this dream, and that she needs to give it to you. And then this guy's making AI videos about that person with boogers going, like, everyone's retarded. You see what I mean? Like, and even those, like, the most intelligent people probably are the ones who have realized, oh my God, I'm living in a mental asylum. You see what I mean? Like, and the internet
Yeah,
just
no,
shows like where people's minds really are.
well, the internet shows it, but it was always. I think that I don't think humanity is probably much worse than it was before the internet. I think we're just seeing it, which is depressing.
That's my point.
But these kind of existential issues have always been there. Let me say something for a minute, and then I think objective ethics has something he wants to say. But kind of what inspires me is I think that part of what's maybe getting to you is you've been searching, you've been putting all this work into figuring out what's true, and there's all these questions, it's unclear, there's different people claiming this and that. Something that kind of motivates me to keep going in this, which it can be depressing, it can absolutely be very depressing, but something at the root of it all is this. One thing I don't doubt is that there is truth. Like, there is an absolute truth that we can at least know part of. And whether I figure it out or not, or whether humanity figures it out or not, it's there. The truth about God, the truth about the soul, the truth about life after death, the truth about things in this universe that we don't understand, like what's causing all these diseases and stuff and all these problems, and all there's answers to these questions that are the answer, that are the truth. And
whether or not anyone has it right.
Whether or not anyone has it right now is practically irrelevant, because the truth is it will always be. And I think life is a journey about moving in that slowly or quickly in that direction as individuals and as humanity. So objective ethics, do you have something you want to say?
Yeah, and I pinned a link for you, Justin, in the back chat, in the private chat. You might check that video out. It's a video that I made called Courage Without Fear, addressing this nihilism is really what you're looking at here. I don't know if you've read Nietzsche or any of the other work on that, but the way to overcome this, and Ace mentioned existentialism, the way to overcome this is to have the proper perspective on the value of experience itself, because even our negative experiences can actually produce something very wonderful in our lives, right? So like courage, like for example, in reference to the video that I made, courage, the virtue of courage is difficult to attain because you have to face both your fear and your recklessness before you can attain true courage. Once you have attained the virtue of courage, you can face anything because you have the courage to do it, right? And it's literally like a game changer, one of those game changer virtues. And so if you don't have those negative experiences, you'll never be able to attain virtue. So you have to understand there's a cost reward in everything that we do in life, right? And that's, I think, a lot of what Nietzsche was talking about, is you have to learn, once you overcome nihilism, you become this Uberman, right? This power man, so to speak. And it's learning the value of the experience itself. And it's really difficult to do, easy to say, of course, but it's really difficult to do when you're in the shit, right? But if you could fight your way through it, through the strength of perspective and perseverance, when you come out the other side, you're going to look back at that and say, okay, I am a stronger, better, smarter person, kinder, more balanced, whatever. I have all these abilities and these skills and these virtues that I did not have before, that I would not have been able to attain just from reading it about it in a book or something like that. You know what I mean? The other thing to think about is that there's always somebody out there that has had such a more difficult road than anything we've ever faced, right? And so there are people who have overcome crazy things. And I'll just tell you this just really short story, if I may. And it's in that video. I talk about it a little bit, but there's a few other things too. But I remember going to a coffee shop, and I was standing behind a lady, and I'll give you the short version of it here just for the sake of time. But I was standing behind this lady who was having this wonderful conversation. It's just me and her, and then the barista guy in the coffee shop, right? And just the three of us. And I'm standing behind this lady. I just walked in, and I heard that she was having this lovely conversation with this guy making her coffee, and she was laughing, and just the energy in the room was so positive. So almost like you could feel that positive energy in the air. And I was standing behind her in line, and I'm waiting to get my tea, and I'm just like, man, this is such a nice environment here. And all of a sudden I realized that lady had no arms, bro. I'm not shitting you. I could not believe it. And I'm standing there behind this lady thinking, holy shit, this lady doesn't have any arms. And the guy puts her coffee on the counter. She has her purse like looped around her neck, right on her shoulder. So she just like dips her head down, drops her purse on the ground, uses her toes to get into her purse, pulls out her wallet and her debit card, reaches up with her foot, pays for her fucking coffee. Sorry, Ace, her freaking coffee, puts all that back into her wallet, picks her wallet or purse up with her foot on the counter, and then scoops her head underneath it, grabs the coffee, pinches it in between her shoulder and her cheek as she turns around to leave. And I'm just like, absolutely, like blown away. I can't even speak hardly. I can't believe what I just witnessed. And I managed to get out, "Oh my God, sister, that's the most impressive thing I've ever seen in my life." And she just smiled at me and said, "Thank you." And I says, can I get the door for you at least? And she says, "No, I got it." And she winked at me and she just, walked her happy ass on out the door. And I couldn't believe what I witnessed. And it just gave me so much grounding, because I thought my life had been difficult, right? But when I saw what that lady had overcome, I could not imagine. If I lost a finger, I'd want to end it all. Just imagine, just one finger, I'd be so depressed. And this lady had no friggin' arms at all. So this perspective, it really, when you have perspective, it changes the whole game. That's all I would like to tell you.
I don't know. Losing a finger might be cool. What finger? It would be a story to tell. I wasn't joking.
You probably get yourself a lot of free drinks. Get yourself a lot of free drinks at the bar if you got a good story behind it. Absolutely.
Not the blood and the gushing out that might happen when you don't have a finger, but afterward it might be kind of cool. Hopefully it's not a thumb, but I can deal.
I have broken my thumb.
Yeah, I would say like
my typing speed would go down.
I don't know, Justin. It sounds like your frustration is, and maybe I'm wrong. It sounds to me like you spend a lot of time and effort.
It's exhausting.
Right. Well,
like,
what's exhausting?
Life is exhausting, and I don't really have anything. Like as much as this is all I got. This is all I've put my heart into. This is all I got, and this is all I really care to care to receive anyway in that matter. So the more I try to avoid it, I just can't. I try to, I'll go do something else. I just don't have it in me to. This is like you said, the way you describe. It seems like your heart's for the very same issue that this, we're here, we're living here. How the fuck do we get here? This life is insane. Just to look at it and to wonder, and it's yeah. And that's just that's all I think about always, in that way. That's whether in doubt or in awe or in faith or in whatever, it's all my mind thinks on. Even when
do you want to pin that? Is there any way would you mind pinning that link in the regular chat? I can't do it.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
Adam, that's no problem at all, brother. I'm glad you enjoyed the story. Please do watch the video. It's only like a 25-minute video, and I think that I made the video. It was in response to two things. One, I was just introduced to this philosophical position called antinatalism, and which is interesting stuff. It's I don't know if you're aware of that, but it's this claim that it's ethically immoral to have children because of all the suffering. And I think there's too many flaws in the argument. And the other issue is I had a young lady who had reached out to me on different social media platform who had just lost her mother, and she was suicidal. And so I was thinking about those two things in combination. That's what inspired me to make that video. And I sent her a link to it. And afterwards, she got back to me. She said, "I just want to say thank you so much. That video changed my whole life, and I'm seeing a counselor now, and she still checks in with me regularly to let me know that she's doing really well." So it's and it's not just the video itself, but it's the comments that people left in the video talking about their own victories that they've had in life over something they've overcome. And so, we can all help each other, and we never know. It's very rare that we are going to have somebody reach out to us and say, "Hey, look, you really made a difference for me." But the truth is that we all have the ability to do this every single time we walk out our front door, right? Or every time we get onto a panel or, in a group of people, wherever we're at, we have an opportunity to make somebody else's life better and to make that significant difference. And we may never even know it happened, but it does happen. I promise you. If you live intentionally, and if you understand that the core, that building blocks to this good life are self-respect, respect for the planet, and mutual respect. And if you build your whole life up from there, you will make a positive difference.
I just want to say, by the way, I want to thank all of you,
Every single person in here.
that's contributed at all to this conversation, in the chat over here, or over there, or where, and in here, like verbally, because like personally, I struggle every day. Like I do. I mean, just like everybody else probably does, but like especially lately, these conversations, more often than not, are not that charitable, we'll say. I've been seeking these kinds of conversations out more, and I'm really, really glad that I found you guys, because I mean, this is really cool. Like, you have you got a great channel.
Metographer. I think part of it is people don't want to. People have shields up, number one. And number two, people don't want to be honest. Like some people just, or not just some people, but you get. What is that story or that or this parable kind of, that you take a strict Mormon or something, and if you take him with the other more strict Mormon out to fishing, it's going to be a boring time or something. But if you take him alone, it could go wild. In other words, you get the idea, is that people have expectations of each other, and it's hard.
Well, there's a couple things I want to say. Yeah, I think
it's
you're
hard
right,
to
Justin.
admit your struggles.
First of all, I do want to say, like, I appreciate the praise, but Justin, you were there when I was on the praise channel. I have behaved very badly in the past, and I'm not at all saying I'm beyond behaving badly in conversations. So I just don't want that to be out there, that I can sometimes get nasty and angry and overzealous about. So right now I'm calm, but get the right person in here with saying the wrong things, and sometimes I will explode a little bit. But the thing is, when it comes to these conversations, going back to Buddhism, the Buddha talked about how they were like one of the three main fetters to people basically progressing beyond suffering. One of them is called attachment to views. And people's belief systems basically become an extension of their egos. So when you challenge a lot of people, what they believe, including myself, I'm not immune to this, I'm a human being. When you challenge people's fundamental beliefs, you're actually attacking the very essence of who they are as a person, which is uncomfortable. Even people who engage in these kinds of things because they're addicted to it or whatever, they are, at the end of the day, hoping that their perspective is correct and their emotional ties are to that belief system. So these conversations, when people are getting together challenging each other, which is a lot of times what happens, there's necessarily going to be conflict and negativity. That's why progressing towards truth is not going to be a pretty process. So anyone who thinks that we're all just going to get together in a big room and talk to each other and figure out what the truth is, I hate to say it, humanity's just not going to progress.
Hayes, I got to tell you really quick. Hayes, I got to tell you, I'm so sorry. I was going to type a joke in the chat just to be funny, and I hit enter so fast accidentally, and it says Hayes has always been an ass. That's not what I meant. That's not what I was going to say entirely. I was going to make a joke. So I was like, oh, Hayes always been an asshole, but his consistency is what I really respect about him, or something like that. You know what I mean? So it was an obvious joke, and it just says Hayes has always been an ass. Sorry, brother.
Let's get that up on the screen.
So bad, so terrible.
Well,
the worst.
I looked at it.
Key accident.
I looked at it and I was like, well, I guess he just confirmed exactly what I've been saying about myself, so I can't really complain.
I would never say something like that about you. I have so much respect for you. We have a great relationship, but God, that is hilarious, man. I was just like, I didn't mean to hit enter. I was like, oh shit, that's gonna look. Ace is gonna be like, what the hell, bro?
I thought it was I interpret it as being a joke, even though all jokes have a certain level of truth to them. So I was like, okay, I'll let it go.
Hey,
No,
maybe it worked
that's
out
pretty.
better because
Yeah,
you were
no,
gonna
that's funny.
put the obvious sarcasm after it, but instead it just was inserted without your pressing of keys.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Here's the thing. Justin. I know we've all been doing this for a while now, enough to know. But here's the thing. For me, when it comes to the online discussions and how nasty they can get, for lack of a better term, my philosophy has been that is just a necessary result of doing this. To me, we have to get to the truth, because to me, abiding by the truth is what will eventually allow harmony. But in the meantime, there's a lot of disagreement, and we're not going to, get to a place where the truth is established by, not having difficult conversations and challenging each other, and that's going to lead to bad feelings. So I try not to get too discouraged by the fact that these conversations are many times, bad emotions and things like that. It's just the necessity of what's happening, and not everyone's going to feel good.
Yeah, I mean,
people are going to
I
feel
would
bad.
say that there's certainly the part of the issue is it's easier to tell who's just blatantly wrong than that you're right. Or there's also easy, for example, I don't find it hard to determine that what if you were to take what, say, Paul said, it's plainly universalism. Like if you were to just take the whole thing and really break it down, but it's also not just immediate, like that it was immediate, but then you got to wonder, was he lying? Were any of the apostles lying? Was that? I mean, there ultimately, I did, it's like you said, the truth is the truth either way, and that's kind of something Ace talks about. Don't confuse A's with Ace. Is that if this is true, it doesn't, whether or not they believe it, it would what he would say is that if Jesus is the savior of the world, and then God roused him from the dead, that the idea being that he would somehow take on sin and then still be roused, is that same idea of universalism, is what they're calling it, that he would be roused despite taking someone else's penalty, supposedly. But the point being,
can I run something by you?
It would,
Justin?
let me just finish what I was saying. That
Okay, go ahead.
it would be true whether or not someone thought it was true, I guess, is the point. And
yeah,
but it's so
absolutely,
hard to determine. It's just, it's not because it's not because of reading comprehension. It's just everything's just, there's so much to life. And I mean, there's, like I said, it's easier to tell who's just plain wrong, like the Trinity. No teaching like that is in the Bible.
Hey, you mind if I say something?
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, no, I've been listening, just chilling. I'm actually with my little brother. Now, y'all mentioned the inspiring. Obviously, that's in the English language. It's dealing with inspirited, right? It's the point of it. It's dealing with information coming in you. But the whole point is that the text is very clear that you yourself code yourself. It says keep your heart with all diligence, because out of it comes the issues of life. I mean, even if you have no arms, it depends on what you program yourself with. I mean, you could be fat, ugly, poor, me, no friends, wacko Christian, just with wacko beliefs. I'm not Trinitarian. Also, once you get out of the norms, it's pretty rough. It's always hostile. I'm sure you know about it. What I'm trying to tell you, though, is it seems like you really do want to know the truth. Maybe.
Yeah, and often you wonder when you think you got it, do you got it?
Well, I would say,
especially when you're having you're weak,
Well, that's what I was actually just going to address that. It's a little rough at times, and especially the older you get, the more you have to maybe you have to eat some words, but it's a humbling process. You can't get away from it. From my studies of how reality works, is if you're not figuring out something, if you can figure it out, and I do believe if there's a God, you can know anything else that's knowable, right? You can know about foods, and just of course there's going to be a way you can know about them. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. You can glory and experience these things, but yet you're not going to be able to know God. If there's a God, of course you can know him. But the point being, though, is if you want to know him, clearly you're going to have to do something different than what everybody else is doing. That's clear as day. I don't know the statistical number, but clearly something's got to be happening. And in the Bible, it mentions you have to wholly, with your whole heart, whatever that means. Maybe you can look at some examples. The examples are statistically pretty rough, but you got to.
I mean, I know what you mean.
But I would say, though, is at least from my understanding with the Bible, if there's any problems, you have to actually humble yourself and go smaller topics. You have to learn principles first, what stuff is, and get comfortable. Everybody, I could order 100 books and have them delivered tomorrow about time and read them all, but yet all of them are going to say, I ultimately don't really know. If the God of the Bible can give his reasoning of what time is, because time is mentioned many times in the book, you can read it, maybe discover something, but it has to be, no matter what. You can read a book and it explains perfectly what time is, but if you don't know the principles well, you just don't know. As the Bible says it, you're gonna sound like a madman. Everybody sounds like. So it's either you just throw a dart in the dark, and maybe you'll hit a target. I don't think that's wise. I would say to principally learn about what stuff is the best you can. And you can be mature. You can study different perspectives and cultures. Just be mature about the perspectives, that they're not all the same and they have principles, different foundations, and see the consistency about it. And not everybody's willing to do it, especially today with this kind of everybody just wants to click videos and stuff. There was clearly a very, very extremely strict case-by-case analysis and verification to actually get some traction, and not everybody's doing it. To get results, the whole point is, I want to see results and profitability. I want to see evidences and learn. And that's what I'm seeing. Everybody wants to read all these books and learn everything in 2 or 4 years, 8 years in college and stuff. But there's many different colleges. And obviously with the Bible, many different Bible schools, many different seminaries. So this is, if it's plausible, you have to go simpler. It has to be. And that's what I'll encourage you, is if there's some faults, to go ahead and just go smaller. And of course, when you do that, you realize you don't really know anything. I myself would first person say I practically know nothing. But at least the stuff that I know, I'm pretty confident in. And how you do it, from my understanding, is with the verification method, at least in the Bible, is you learn about something so basic that it becomes beyond reasonable doubt. It's just statistically not plausible to be anything else. When you get so confident that way, then you can start to stack on it and do the same thing over again. And I've gotten pretty good results. Now, I'm not a Trinitarian, but I do believe Jesus is Jehovah. He's God manifest in the flesh. And I'll just show you one verse real quick. Or maybe it's a section. I'm not. So it's in John chapter 8, and you don't necessarily have to go to it, but it's over in John chapter 8. It's verse
58.
No, not that section. It is over at it's 51 through 55, I believe. So I'll read it real quick. This is in the King James Bible. It says, verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man keep my sayings, right, sayings, he shall never see death. Then said the Jews unto him, Now we know that thou hast a devil. Abraham is dead, and the prophets. And thou sayest, if a man keep my sayings, he shall not taste death. And that's true, actually, as far as Abraham's dead. I mean, it's quotable, verifiable. Even Jesus died, right? Verifiable.
Yeah,
But then you keep reading.
I would suggest it doesn't actually say what you just
That's
read.
fine. That's fine.
But the point being that's one thing I have done plenty of work in. But
what I'm saying though is the point is
not.
somehow. Look, I'll say one more verse. I'll just skip ahead. So basically, Jesus saying that Abraham's dead, and we know that Jesus obviously died. But then you look at it says that if you keep your sayings, you never die. Never taste.
Yeah, that's the part.
And in verse 55, in verse 55, it says, "Yet ye know him not, but I know him. And if I should say I know him not, I shall be a liar like unto you. But I know him and keep his saying." You see that? Abraham kept God's saying. Jesus kept God's saying. So I mean, apparently, according to him, maybe you don't agree with the wording in the King James, but in the King James, it's clearly that there's something to dealing with you that's dealing with words, and you can live forever. If you live under God, you'll live forever, at least according to the text.
King James, the King James says that, but
all right. Well, I'm just saying that this whole idea of trying to prioritize
I get what you're saying.
And values, if you could live forever in some sort of
I meant that's
endless utopia, that may be something worth. I do believe being persistent about, even if the world is looking pretty grim as far as fulfilling worldly desires. But anyway, that's all I'll say.
Yeah.
And I wanted to. This is going back to something you said earlier, Justin, about Paul universalism, and you've been studying this stuff for a long time. I'm probably not going to.
I do think that it's in other books as well, but I think he ends up kind of like revealing how that's going to happen is what I ought explain it as. Like when it calls Jesus the Savior of the world, like for example, people will quote John 3:16, improperly as if it said eternity, when it says no such thing, unless if they want to say that there's an end of an eternity and an eternities of the eternities and eternities which Jesus reigns until he stops reigning, as 1 Corinthians 15 says. But the point, or other books too, but the point being that, because I know you don't like Paul, but the point being that, someone will read John 3:16, then they'll ignore that Jesus is said to be Savior of the world in the very next verse. And they'll ignore that Jesus is the only one who's in heaven. So it's like they'll have all these videos like how to go to heaven when you die. But then Paul will go along and say, if someone says the resurrection is already generated, the Lord knew those who were his. So, he just put that right outside. You're like, that's not faith. That's something else. And so I don't have any doubt about what the scripture is saying that A's, but the point I would say that the typical translations do not have anything to do with what is being taught in the scripture, and that is plain as day. But what I would say is it's a struggle. The struggle I'm referring to is, look, it was after I believed what people are calling universalism that everyone abandoned me. And world people, everyone abandoned me. I don't have anyone anymore. And on top of that, it's just like I see what God is like. I'm believing that God is one, and that God means place where I see that no matter how I try to change it, no matter how I try to avoid it, that this is my lot that I can't avoid. And so I don't have any say in the matter. Like, if God wants this for me, then that's what I get. It doesn't matter how hard I try to remove myself from it. And on top of that, I find myself thinking so much that it's just hard. Like I'm not, like I know I'm only 28, so you think my brain would work, but man, like I have so many damn headaches that just because it's just like I don't. There's nothing in my life except this, and I'm just thinking and thinking, and I mean, if I'm wrong about the scriptures being true, because I would say that. I mean, the teachings that I draw from them are just plainly reading them as they say. But if I'm wrong that I was lied to in this, man, I'm like, as Paul says, more forlorn than all are we, because I'm just wasting my existence.
No, you're not doing that. You're not doing that. But let me, before I run a Bible study, before you speak, by the way, thank you for being here. One thing I will say is that definitely do not become emotionally attached to any of the things that you've come to believe, because the second you do is the second you'll be let down. And well, personally, I mean, again, obviously you have your reasons, but I think that universalism actually does have a lot of problems philosophically. But if you want to go with the scriptures as being inerrant, which is obviously a traditional Christian view, then I think the scriptures actually, personally, again, I'm not here to bash you and say you're a bad person because you're wrong. No, none of that. I'm not even gonna say you are wrong. What I will say is that I do think the scriptures speak against universalism, and we don't have to have that conversation right now. But I just say that because if you get settled in something and it's like this is where you are, just be ready to move from that position if you see the reasons to do so. Because if you get emotionally attached to universalism, I really think you're in for another big letdown at some point, and it doesn't sound like you want to take.
I would say my emotional attachment isn't to that at all. What I would say is my emotional attachment is to the fact that it's hard to determine when something is true. It has nothing to do with universalism. It's just I think that is easy to determine personally as far as the scriptures, but it's hard to determine that the scriptures are true. I mean, we're very much to some degree left in a dark spot when it comes to our situation. We're 2,000 years removed from the event where that we have some supposed prophecies, but most of the prophecies quoted, of course, are quoted in a way that aren't as if to fulfill to a doubter, but quote just almost like the same way Jude quotes Enoch, but was well aware that it was a false baloney idea, or that he quotes Assumption of Moses just to make points. And so that it has hardly anything to do with proving something to someone who would think otherwise, as if it was like supposed to prove to an atheist that this is the truth, right? I mean, even in Paul, like I know you don't like Paul, but Paul's own words say that in the wisdom of God, the world through wisdom doesn't know God. So Paul's whole claim is that it's actually God's wise decision that he makes the world not know him, and that makes it I mean that's like a whole like whoa, Paul, but this is a repeated idea that by Paul, like the whole every time over and over is you were designated before you were born, designated before you put anything into practice, good or evil, so that not of works, in grace through faith, not out of you. All these ideas that it's before times Aeonian, before the disruption of the world, in him our lot was cast, being designated beforehand for the place of a son. That and even a lot of the verses that I was having a conversation on the phone with someone that is more the point being that we've talked about the what he called it the osassification of the body of Christ, where a lot of teachers that we consider to be believing have totally blown up the text, like a couple couple verses in Ephesians, as if the idea, and part of it is one of the best translations that exists will say like, but have a plain error, like on believing on like, but the whole thing is in aorist participles, as to say that this is true of these people. And then right after it, because over and over, right, is that he tells them to retain the faith, not to be like for example in Colossians or in 1 Corinthians 15, all of these give the gospel as what they're calling, as if it was universalism. That's what the gospel he gives, and then he tells them to retain it. And that's why part of me is like, well, while I know that if I'm elect, that I would retain the faith. So, and I know that I'm not to, even though I can see that the plain teaching is that God is predetermined and that there's only one God. And so he is the determiner, because he's the only Elohim there is, but I'm also aware that the scripture teaches not to neglect in that we are to take it seriously and not to play with the matter, like as if, like for example, when Paul was told he was going to do something and he had to get in that ship, right, and he said he knew that he was going to
interject a little bit here, just 1 second, because this is kind of getting incoherent. Like, I don't know. For some reason, Justin, I don't know why every time you come up here, or anywhere I see you, you always are doing this type of thing where you're just bringing these arguments that are not really arguments. They're just like your assertions about different things all over the Bible, all over the place. If you could come up with
I'm quoting things.
Can I just finish what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you're quoting things, or whatever. Like, what are you talking about? What's your argument? Can you make it?
I wasn't arguing, nor was I evangelizing.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
To evangelize.
Can I finish what I'm saying, bro? Can I finish what I'm saying? You're evangelizing. Why are you evangelizing?
I told you I'm not evangelizing. I'm looking for mental support.
You're looking for mental support.
If you ask A's, I did not come in here evangelizing. What I would like to see, what I was asking about before you start rambling again, is just one time, could you please give a cogent argument for your position of universalism or whatever it is? I don't believe in arguments.
Oh, you don't believe in arguments? You just believe in rambling. What's his arguments? Tell me.
I think he's just having a discussion. I think he's just kind of speaking his mind.
It wasn't about an argument.
Yeah, Toronto, I agree. I don't think Justin came in here to promote his beliefs. I think he's just expressing what he believes, and he never did. Like, he probably could make it. He probably could make an argument if that was his purpose, but I don't think that's his purpose. And I see what you're saying, Toronto. Like, I know you disagree with Justin, and it frustrates you that someone would just come in and make claims. But again, I don't think that he came in here to basically debate. So that's kind of like the disconnect that's going on there. And I understand you, Toronto, because I'm disagreeing with some of Justin's theology as he's saying it. But again, this isn't kind of the moment where I'm going to be like, well, defend your belief right here and right now. Like, so that's just kind of where I am. But go ahead.
I'm not even saying I wanted to defend his belief right now. I'm just like, whenever I see him come, he comes to my channel too. And we're friends at one point, but I don't know what if he considers me now. But I do consider him a brother, because he was once free grace. And now he believes this thing, and he'll just go around and just like I guess here he's being nice to you guys. He's not always very nice about it, the way he goes on about this stuff. But he'll just go on and on and on about this stuff. And it's like, dude, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to get out of this?
Well, what I'm trying to get out of being here is different.
I was asking you. I was asking it kind of rhetorically. And one more thing I'll just say is that if in fact you are being persecuted, or you're being kind of victimized by people, or they're treating you badly, there is a part that you play in that, in the way you act about these positions you have, and the way you treat people who disagree with you. I'll just say that.
Yeah, of course. But it wasn't actually, that wasn't actually the bigger point. My bigger point was that the difficulty of just existence itself, and that ultimately, even if I can read what it says, and it just, I could just be wrong, that I've just been deceived by the apostles, and that, that everything in my life is, I'm not giving it an emotional attachment, and that in the same way that you might think that everything in my life is attached to that. But then the bigger issue in my head is not the attachment to that, but the realization that how in the world can I determine what is right or wrong? I mean, I can determine what I can read on the page, but what I'm saying is that if it's just, if when I'm the bigger point I was trying to make in that was that I think that if someone was to take Paul's teaching, that it was just, it is universalism. It wasn't to bring it up that way, but to say that I'm aware that A's doesn't agree that Paul is an apostle. So to quote some of that along the way was the point that I was making there. But
let me respond because I've been hoping basically.
Can I finish my just a few
go
words?
Ahead.
I was worried. My bigger issue is not that. It's hard to while I'm not necessarily emotionally attached to the idea that there would be a resurrection of the dead, and that these verses about or that I do believe I'm reading them plainly, the passages. It's not or that it would be this way or that. That's not really the struggle for me. The struggle is the fact that it's even if I can read what it says for what it says, I could still just be lied to. And so my problem is kind of just that, is that still, no matter what, the scary part is not that part as much as the not knowing, like, do I live my life like I'm going to die, or do I live my life like I'm not going, or like I'm going to likely die unless there's a snatching, and then wake up? Like, am I going to wake up or am I not going to wake up? And like, I can see what these things say, but then it's like,
I hear what you're saying. So you have read,
and I would say one thing I would say is it's easier to believe than like atheism, surely. I mean, I couldn't believe that, but it's still like there's so much. My brain is only so big.
I hear what you're saying, and again, just my thoughts, but other people can. Again, I try to always be respectful. Toronto Bible, so you're welcome to pitch your thoughts in, because I know you've interacted with Justin. But what I'll say is this: it sounds like you're. Oh, look at this. It sounds like your issue is kind of like you're reading the scriptures, you're coming to what you think is what they say, but you have this gnawing feeling that what does it even matter, because how do I know if the scripture is true or not? So what you're having right now is what I would call like an epistemological crisis, which is like you want to believe something, but you don't know how to establish that it's actually true. So I would say my recommendation to you would be, instead of like reading the scriptures, I'm not going to recommend against reading the scriptures, but what I would say is that what you do need to focus on even more than that is figuring out, how do I figure out what is true? And obviously that's something you probably thought about, but that's where your struggle is right now. Your struggle is
it is. But can I reword something you said? Is that it's not that I want to believe it's true. I want to know. It's the fact that I do believe it's true, and that it's still like, why do I believe it? Like I wake up every morning and I'm believing it's true, but like I can't help to say, why the hell do I believe this? No matter how many days go by, I am very strong that I believe it, but it just seems unfounded to some degree, other than the fact that, like, what else is there to believe? Like, what I got?
When
What
you
am I gonna
say-
believe that there's no God?
you have
I
to
think that's harder to
backtrack.
believe.
Yeah, Justin, I'll just say you have to backtrack then. Look, I could say, what do you know then? Do you know anything? And I would believe you could give some things you know. Start there. Don't just because you're born in a Western
Right.
country you have a Bible. Like you gotta figure this thing out yourself.
That's a
You have to backtrack.
we gotta be and just to say no, I'd say that knowledge is something to do with it. Like, you could know something and be wrong about it for sure, but the point being that like to say like a mind's eye, if you mean by that, I mean, I know I'm talking on this panel right now. I know there's a keyboard in front of me and it's doing different colors. I see, like that's something that's evidently easy to know. And there's things that I could I would say in regard to reading text that, at least if we're to take the scriptures in the way that as if you can compare the words to one another and there's not a bunch of mistakes, that I could say that I know that Paul taught what people are calling universalism. But again, I could say I know that not because I just skimmed it, but because I've really put a lot of effort into it, and because I could just point to words on a page, and I've done so much variant work and this and that there's no doubt that that's at least that I mean, let me just make it even easier, that to say, if I want to say I know, well, here's something that you could say plainly, is that there's passages plainly teaching it, while because that's kind of something that happens, right? Is someone will take one passage and take it against another passage. But so I could say that I know, I can see what something grammatically says. I know I see a mouse pad on my desk. I know, there's things, but then ultimate, how can you know something that you weren't there to know? You see what I mean? And that's kind of where, and at the same time, you could also bring in the fact that even if they were there, that there's still element of believing that this is going to happen to them too, or that
I know, but just know that there is things that are infallible. I believe. I know at least sort of seems to be, a lot of people might have a word of the I word, infallibility, but it is true. I do believe that individual people, it's infallible that you exist. It's infallible that you can interpret information. There is infallibilities, and one of them that I'm interested, I don't really care about experiences. I don't need to see anything. I don't need to see any miracle.
Right.
I don't even think that stuff helps you. I want what I believe
I
God
think
is
every day is a miracle.
Infallible substances. Well, I'm saying infallible substances and procedures. Those are timeless and infallible. If somebody were to see an alien ship come down, everybody's going to perceive different things of what's happening. Right? Are they dimensional? Are they galactic? Are they devils? Obviously, my worldview, there's people that believe that they're just demons, and they've been coming about
here's something
throughout all the time.
About that, David.
What I'm trying to tell you is, don't worry too much about the experiential part,
right?
Because you already have the worldview that's going to discern the outcomes. I know the different understandings of what people have. We're concerned about what is the understanding, what's the truth. That you need to focus on, I would say, principal things, which is dealing with what stuff is, substances, and then the infallibility of procedures, processes. Those are timeless. So, for example, if I were to grab a rock and throw it up, I think you could probably tell me that it would go down. If the current state is similar, it would go down. It is a timeless procedure. Now, if something were to change like in a video game, they change the laws of the physics or whatever. I could walk on water and stuff like that, whatever. But I'm just telling you, there is infallibility that you can learn about, perceive, seems to be authentic and true, and you can work off of that. That's the whole point of building a foundation and working upward. But if you, like how you're saying,
but I'm
you start to
getting at
question
things
yourself.
that are harder to determine than that, and that's what
I know,
you know
but
what I mean.
that's
Like,
what it's too hard. Then, if it's too hard, it's fine. There's plenty of stuff that's hard. Even obviously,
but let me say by harder,
hard
is
stuff.
it even possible? Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
you might like in that sense that like I wake up every day and I'm very convinced that this is the scripture is true and these claims are true, but every day I wake up and I'm more convinced than I ever was. I mean, way more convinced than I was a Christian. I never had any solid faith then. But despite that, it just feels like I still know that I have no actual reason except that someone said something and that I believe that this is.
I don't think that's justifiable. I don't think you should pledge your soul for that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, just like how
that's the thing is that, David, that it's hard. While I am very convinced this is the truth, man, it sucks if I'm very convinced that this is the truth, because how the hell can I determine whether I was lied to or not until I'm dead and resurrected?
I don't want to
Wow,
interrupt you, but I really
go ahead, man. It's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So there's this thing about faith that I really want to address here that we're kind of glossing over a little bit. Because faith necessarily is a belief in something that cannot be proven. It literally defies proof. Like,
well, here's the way Hebrews puts it.
Oh, Justin, let Justin.
Well, can I give it to? Can I give? Because I think it's on point, and I want to
agree. Justin, you did interrupt Metagrapher, so give him time to finish. He's been waiting.
I just thought it would be an interesting thing to put in front of his thought, because I think it might actually help what he's about to say.
Dude,
that's why I
interrupt. What he's saying, bro. Just chill.
So, all I was really saying, thank you very much, guys. All I was really saying was that faith necessarily is a thing that can't be proven. I mean, like what I mean is it's belief in a true thing that cannot be proven. And now each of these elements is actually really important, because if you have a belief in a false thing that cannot be proven, then it's bad faith. If you have belief in a true thing that can be proven, that's not faith. That's an observation. That's just knowledge. And so knowledge is one thing. It's like an evolution of faith in many ways. But the thing is that some things, as you guys have all alluded to, some things are like, David, you talked about infallible knowledge. That's really cool, man. I mean, like, that's often hard to find in faith, but you did that, and that's really great. And that's a solid grounding point. And at the same time, when we're talking about faith, we're like, well, we know that it's not nothing. And so in that, it's okay. Like we're able to question our faith. That's natural. We should do that, because if you don't ever question it, then how do you ever like proof and reproof and then proof again, you know? And so, but because God per se defies proof, and that's also in many ways, like faith wouldn't even work if God were proven. So, like, I remember showing one day I was so full of myself, and I was like, I have proof of God. I can do it. I can show you. I can prove it mathematically. I can prove God exists. And my friend goes, please don't. And I was like, oh, why? And they explained this very concept to me, and it's actually really
I mean, if it was the opposite, you could say that the scripture would be broken. I mean, because plainly, if faith isn't, an assumption or that which is taken for granted, right, of what is being expected, and a conviction concerning matters not being observed, then, I mean, that's the exact opposite. That you're exactly what you're saying. That if I knew any better, then I, or like, and like, as in like, I could just observe, and that's that. And that's my point, though, is that that's what makes it difficult, is that I genuinely do believe it, but yet, man, like that. Why do I believe it? I just do. I don't know.
Let me give you a weird example here. All right, this is good. So I know I'm standing amongst a bunch of Christians right now, which is good. But we also should recognize for a brief moment that there's this weird thing. When Muhammad went and received, word from on high, and so to speak, he went and he did this weird thing. Okay, he came up with the answers for algebra without knowing any algebra, and gave it to people, and then they spent hundreds of years trying to figure out how to do math properly in order to make those answers work because they didn't make any sense. And so there's this thing that, like, while I'm not suggesting we have to be all like suddenly believe in Islam and all this, but it's really interesting that it seems to be somewhat divine. And we talk about Holy Spirit, and this is, to me, when you are like creating artwork and it's inspired, or you're writing poetry, or even doing math, and you come up with, like, you're really in the zone and that sort of thing. This is like a higher level of consciousness, and this is like engaging. Like earlier, I was talking about like all these different, like a holographic consciousness, and that's the sort of thing. Like you are billions of consciousnesses in big bag, and they all want to work together, and that's like this weird integration thing. So it's like Muhammad never did that. Okay, I mean, I could be wrong, but they did come up with the law based on supposedly divine.
I don't even think Muhammad knew how to write.
Maybe not.
There's
I've been wrong before.
His
It's fine. We'll give
compilation of things, or
It
just a
don't really
bunch of
matter.
things other people wrote, supposedly
The man
quoting
who
them.
invented algebra was a Persian, and he was a Muslim, and his name was Muhammad. It's probably what you're thinking of.
Oh, that's funny. Is that what has really happened?
Yeah.
We're
Well, yeah.
confusing Muhammad. Yeah, there's like I think it's the most
Muhammads,
popular
but
name
yeah.
on earth.
It is actually, yeah.
Yeah, he wrote a book called Al Jabr, right?
So, yeah.
How do you invent algebra? Wait a minute. Algebra is like common sense.
Yeah, right.
No, it's not, bro. It's not.
Well-
common sense, bro. It's clearly a method to do math, and it's very difficult to come up
Yeah,
with.
that's they don't
No,
teach
but
it
I
till
mean,
high
like
school. so
basic
it's-
algebra is common sense, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
if
You
you
can
if
figure
you
it out,
if
though.
you
I get-
if you had 3 and you knew that something added to 5, you wouldn't need anything but common sense to figure out it was 2, right?
Well, but here's this thing about algebra, though, is that where you got, like, they didn't have negative numbers back then. They actually felt that they were wrong if the number came out negative, and so they had to do this crazy, basically like half quadratic math in order to arrive at like what the area of land is, because they're doing Pythagorean theorem here, a squared plus b squared is c squared, and reversing that in order to arrive at how much land exists.
But isn't a negative number just an abstraction anyway? I mean, like if you said take away 3, it's like saying -3. I mean, it's just an abstraction. It's not
Sure, but this is heresy in 500,
Heresy?
in 700. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're inventing numbers that don't exist to them. They're like, no, you can't do that.
Well, okay, then I guess you don't
I
owe
think
me
what I-
anything anymore. Say you owe me 200. Oh, you don't owe me. There's no negative number.
Well, see, yeah, you're right. You owe me $200.
That's my point, though. Is it's just an abstraction. It's not like anything special. It's just a way of labeling it.
Can I say something about? I mean, Metagrapher. Is that it? Metagrapher.
Sure, that's good.
Has some very interesting thoughts on epistemology and stuff. But it's like, or also so did I think it was David before. Sorry, but I'm not. Anyway, my point is just this: that I guess there's different ways of thinking about what we can know, what we can't know, and like Descartes said that it was the only thing we can really know is the cogito, I think therefore I am kind of thing, right? But
Yeah.
the Christian epistemology is different. Like he's thinking of it in the sense of what if there was a demon who was controlling my brain? How could I know what is true? And the only thing he could definitely know, even if a demon was controlling his brain, he could still know that he existed. He could still know that. But the Christian thinks of it in a different way, where we say God is perfect and he's revealed certain things to us. And we may be fallible, but we can trust in what God has revealed as infallible. So when God reveals that, for example, Jesus rose from the dead, we can just trust that, we can believe that, we know that that's true. We have that knowledge. We believe that, you know?
Yeah, I would
And I
say
think
we
that's the
have
difference.
that knowledge, but the problem it becomes is that knowledge is a mind's eye thing that I'm very convinced is true, but it's still a brutal reality that people know a lot of things that are in their mind's eye that aren't real. And
No, but that's what I'm saying to you. Like, the Christian thought is that, okay, yes, we don't know, we're fallible, so many things we don't know for sure. We might think we know, but we don't know for sure. But there are things that we know, right? We know 2 + 2 = 4. We know that, up is not down. We know those things. So we know certain things, they're just knowledge. We have that. And when it comes to the Word of God, we know that He's infallible. We just trust what He tells us. So that's why we can know certain things. Even in the Bible's complicated. There's debates about many things that it claims. But certain things are not debatable, such as, yes, Jesus rose from the dead. Eternal life is to the believer. These type of things are knowable, I would say.
I mean,
Well, here's the thing. Yes, if God, as a theist, if God reveals something, then I'm going to believe it. But the problem is obviously determining whether God actually revealed something, which is much harder to do. For instance, think about the presuppositionalism position. Well, people presuppose that the Bible is true. Well, with that mindset, let's think about the Muslim. They're Muslim presuppositionalists. How are you going to convince them they're wrong when they presuppose that the Quran is the inspired word of God? So this is the problem. This is the
that's
problem
what
with
I'm saying. That's
Well,
what I'm saying
yeah, this is
is
the
that
problem with all presuppose. You can't presuppose anything. All you can do, you find the most basic. Let me say this. You find the most basic level of truth you possibly can, and you build upon that. And I think the most basic possible level of truth is that reality exists. That's my foundation for everything. The second is we can observe reality. Our senses are capable of empirically observing and perceiving reality. Those are the two
isn't that just
foundations of my
saying
worldview.
1 = 1? And that's kind of
No, it's not because basically, well, there's different ways of looking at it, but like if you think about hologram theory, like when I say reality exists, I mean that regardless, even if we were all blind, deaf, and dumb, we couldn't see the universe around us. There is actually a universe in which we are operating with physical laws and physical matter, and our perception of it is going to be distorted based on the limitations of our senses. But it exists, even if our senses don't perfectly perceive it. But some people want to say, well, the universe could be a hologram or a dream in the mind of God that's just going to vanish one day. Well, then you're getting to the idea of, well, there actually is no actual reality around us. It's all just basically a smoke and mirrors. So to me, I think we have, and that's called solipsism. So we have to start with a foundation of truth and build from there. And to me, you have to go a little while before you get to reading the things in the Bible. The Bible is secondary to reality itself. So the Bible must be compared against reality.
All right, yeah, that's fair enough. But I would say this is where, like, okay, put it this way: any ultimate truth claim is going to arrive at some kind of circularity. Would you agree? Like, so if you say, when you were saying your kind of axiomatic, or what, not axiomatic, but your kind of fundamental truth claims, like I exist or reality exists and the universe is real. Those are your kind of basic claims, right? But those are also
Right.
like, what are you basing that on,
There,
right? So I would say ultimately we have to go to some kind of circularity where we say, for example, if I say reason, the power of reason, or reason is truth apps, right? If I try to make that claim, that's relying on my reason to make that claim. So there's a circularity there at the ultimate end of any kind of truth claim. What do you think about that?
I think what you're saying is
No.
that it's a web, that there's just like a dictionary that you need one word to explain other words in a dictionary. You need that there's whether or not there's multiple lines pointing to something or this or that, that it's a web. And that's my point. That's kind of what my problem is, that it is a web, and that there's so much information out there that everything's a headache. But one thing you could just point out is that if you can look at one part of it, then you're still looking at one part of it. But
I'm trying
And I
to
would
get
agree.
to
Yeah,
this basic epistemology, but go ahead, Ace. Go ahead.
yeah. So you're right. At some level, we're going to have to start because of the limitations of our ability to determine what's true and what isn't. We as humans are going to hit a wall when it comes to what is the most basic principle of establishing truth that there is, which is, where do we start? Well, the truth is we don't know where to start, but to have a practical discussion on what's true and what's not, we have to start somewhere. And to me, starting with the Bible as, a divine revelation, there's layers below that you have to go through. The Bible is something that arose in time, so it's going to be secondary to something else for sure, in my opinion. And I don't think that should trouble anyone's faith, because at the beginning of at the end of the road, or beginning of the road, whatever you want to call it, truth exists. There is a truth, and even if the universe is a hologram, well, it's a hologram created by what? There's always a truth. There is some truth that is the foundation of all of existence, and so I don't think that there can be any dispute about that. And the basis, I would say, also is experience. So we are having an experience. Descartes, we give him credit. I think he actually hit the nail on the head. At the end of the day, we can't deny that we're having an experience. So when we're trying to establish truth, we have to base our foundation on that truth, which is that we are experiencing something. Just what is it? So I'll end there. Talked for long enough.
Hey, you mind if I say something, eh?
Go ahead, David.
I'll be real short, I guess, because I think I might need to be going to bed. But just to respond, at least to Justin, is it's kind of interesting, the mathematics y'all are talking about. It does seem to be that it's just a superior language system. That's why it's been adopted. It's utilitarian, right? It works better. It's faster. And really, when it comes to interpreting anything, that's what you want to look for. You talk about that everything's all jumbled up like a web. If a model can present a language system superior, it more than likely is principally stronger. And from my studies, whoever can learn the principles the best will know the most, for sure. And it's
that's what actually the method taken to the scripture. But I wasn't actually talking about that in regard to the scripture. I was talking about that in regard to knowledge in general. I do believe. I am saying knowledge is kind of a necessary thing.
It is.
If someone doesn't take one word to the one word and just because there's a lot of lexicons and translations with a lot of opinions in them that are plainly outside of the scripture. That's something that the scripture would just outright say is not true.
Look, all I could tell you is in Proverbs chapter 8.
But I was talking about in regards to reality. There's so many people and so many.
I know. Don't worry about so many people. You're one person, and not everybody's you. That's what I'm saying. You can choose to be different than everybody else. In the Bible, it mentions twice that people that can interpret reality is 1 in 1,000. One of them, I believe, Solomon, with his wisdom, the preacher in Ecclesiastes mentions, and of course Job with Elijah. Correctly answered. Very minute. Don't worry about other people. Worrying about other people is not going to help you. I think you probably have some zeal. Sure. You like talking about this. I'm just trying to steer you a little where, from all of my experience, it's opposite of what people think. You do not want to just get the answers about these hard things up top. That's why everybody's debating and nothing ever gets done. If you're wise, you can pick apart a debate by just simply going downward to the root, because that's where it all stems from. There's always, no matter what, even if both parties are wrong, they're interpreting something, what it is wrong, and a procedure wrong. And if you can simply just ask them, like how you're mentioning, just keep questioning them, there will eventually be a why, or why do I believe that? I don't really know. And that's the whole point of it. The truth around you is enough to start your homework. You exist, it's infallible around you. You start with that. And then, of course, you can convert that universal language to books and systems and people you talk to. But I'm telling you, it is clear as day from all of my research, sacrificing everything for it. The wisest person in the room will be able to speak the most plain. We don't need all this sophisticated talk. It might be sophisticated at times, but if you look at examples of people that really know stuff, they can still communicate it, because usually the people that grinded the most and just got the results. And I'm telling you, as far as wisdom is concerned, that if you don't know something, you got to go more simple and speak. Get the plain first and get that very familiar. Just like the mathematics, if you can identify there's just something superior, you can adopt it. And it is very clear that not only are books different than each other with different principles, and from all of it, as far as even people in this room, we have different principles we can isolate. You just need to start doing that. Like I do believe it is truly hopeless if you don't do that. Like if you don't want to, if there's a God, I would suggest just off a whim, you probably try to talk to him, but he's gonna tell you the same thing, right? He's gonna probably tell you that just how you got wise and profitable and valuable with a service or product, you worked really hard and you learned it yourself through principle. You can't fake it, and then you got the results. In Christianity, and I believe all these religious stuff, you can fake it. Like this all invisible talks. I mean, what do they know? And then if you study yourself, then you're an expert. It's just this. I don't know. I don't even talk so much about it, but I'm just a little
All
concerned.
right, guys. Here's the thing. Yeah, we're gonna have to. My streams usually go about 3 hours. We've gone a little over now, and I'm not. And David, I didn't mean to cut you off. What you were saying was very insightful. So I just want to throw that in there. But I have to get up pretty early tomorrow, so we're gonna shut down the stream. What I usually do is I give everyone a kind of a final statement. Try to make it like 2 to 3 minutes of just whatever you want to say, anything that you want to address that's been said, or you can say something completely different that has nothing to do with our discussion. But yeah, just try to take like 2-3 minutes each person. I try to go in reverse order of when people joined. So I think Toronto Bible Study was the last person joined, so we're going to start with him, and then I think Justin, then I think we'll start with Toronto Bible Study. Let's put it that way. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about that circularity of ultimate truth claims again. Like, it's like any kind of ultimate truth claim relies on some kind of circularity. If you say reason is the source of all truth, then you rely on your reason to make that argument. If you say sense perception is the source of truth, you rely on your senses to give you that information. But I think the question is then which kind of circularity is vicious and which kind of circularity is virtuous, as they say, right? And I think the one that we can rely on is the circularity that relies on God as your ultimate truth, ultimate authority on truth. And that's why I turn to the Christ and turn to the Bible. Like, I don't make the argument that the Bible is trustworthy, therefore the Bible is trustworthy. I say instead that, the Bible is trustworthy because the Bible says it's God's word. And God's word is I mean, if God exists, God possesses knowledge. If God created humans with the capacity to identify truth linguistically, rationally, then he can communicate with them. And therefore, divine revelation but from God is possible. And if God reveals truth, that revelation carries authority greater than our human judgment. So I think we should trust the scriptures for that reason. And we can the discussion of what's the right scripture and how do we determine that, that's another discussion. But I think trusting in God, trusting in Jesus Christ is a valid source of truth, and a valid and a virtuous form of that circularity that any truth claim runs into. But thanks for your time, everyone. It's very nice to see everyone and meet you, whoever I haven't met you before. God bless you all. Thanks, A's. Always appreciate your time. Justin, God bless you. See you soon.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's absolutely something we could talk about in the future, Toronto Bible. So unfortunately, I just have to, all good things must come to an end. So we can talk about that. That's a really interesting topic. So thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, brother. God bless.
You too. I think Justin was the next person to join last. So Justin, take a couple minutes to, sign out. Say what you want to say. Go ahead.
Well, I guess, I do come in here, being aware that I haven't talked to you in a long time, and knowing that knew very, very well that Jesus never claimed to be God, and he's a man. And despite that, that this is not the usual me, and that to expose my issues is a real thing, just that very thing, that if there is, you said it, if there's a truth, even if none of us know it, and that's kind of where, things like this come in, is that, like, if I get the idea from Paul that if Christ did raise from the dead immortal, that he's the first fruit of all, raising from the dead like that. But it's it's just that very thing that I believe this very firmly, and I just don't think I have good reason, yet I still believe it very firmly. I don't think I have any kind of justified reason to believe the scriptures that's very strong. And in that very matter, that I don't think, I get the idea that it's more just something God puts in you, and I would not just say I get the idea. I think that this is scriptural. And not that I think, I should just say I'm well aware that it is, because that is something that can be taken as like a web of language, as what was it, David, or objective ethics talk, that can be addressed. But it's just, it's that very quote in the same chapter about even as in Adam all are dying, the offspring Christ shall be vivified, each in his own set, the first fruit Christ, those Christ at his presence, they're then the finish. And it gives us timing that's after the eons of Revelation. But to realize that right before it, what's he say? He said that about this salvation of the universe. He says, now if Christ has not been, it's not now if I don't realize it's the case, or now if I don't believe. Yeah, the believing is the Christ at his presence, and the keeping the faith is Christ at his presence. But there's a finish that to this matter for all, is the whole claim, at least that Paul's making. But if this isn't true, that's the concern in my mind. Like, not whether or not the concern is, it says, now if Christ is being heralded that he has been roused out from among the dead, how are some among you saying there's no resurrection of the dead ones? And if there's no resurrection of the dead ones, neither is Christ roused. Now, if Christ hasn't been roused, for naught is our heralding, and for naught is your faith, and we are being found false witnesses also of God, seeing we're testifying by God that he rouses Christ, who consequently he doesn't rouse if the dead ones aren't being roused. For if the dead ones are not being roused, neither is Christ roused. Now, if Christ is not roused, vain is your faith, you're still in your sins. And this is the part. Consequently, then, Consequently, those also who are put to sleep in Christ perished. So even they are, they're not in heaven, they're perished. And then this is the statement. If we are having an expectation in Christ in this life only, more forlorn than all men are we. So if I'm wasting my life having an expectation in Christ, which is that Christ at his presence, or even for some, people are having expectation in Christ and aren't believing the truth about him, which I wouldn't say is Christ at his presence, but thereafter the finish, whenever Christ stops reigning and God becomes all in all. But this idea that even if you believe the wrong thing, that if you're having an expectation in Christ in any sense, even if you don't agree with Paul in this life only, then we're just wasting our time. That more forlorn than all men are we. And that's the concern, is that not that because I really, 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 like, plainly, I've never believed so clearly, or it just certainly when I was a Christian, I could have walked all over the place, but to realize that that this is so plain and strong in me that I can't avoid it, and that yet I don't think I have plain reason. It's just I really, really believe it, and I really, really don't have good just a reason to believe it. I just do, and I can't not believe it for some reason. So that's my struggle that I was trying to talk about. And that being said,
well, Justin,
let us all
let's
hope
try to
that
maybe
is true. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, how about this? It was a good discussion, and sounds like that your struggle is going to continue. And if you think coming back in the future will help you try to sort things out, feel free.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Justin. Until hopefully I'll see you back.
I will. You will. Let me.
And but listen,
Can you link your
I'll
channel
address what you
again, because
said.
I lost track of where the link was.
I mean, you.
Yeah,
you should
I
just
don't
be able
know.
to-
I clicked. I don't.
My channel?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where it went. Oh, I found it. Never mind.
If you just type Ace
and I'll
Velocity
just
into the
hit
search bar.
the little favorite thing, because sometimes I don't know, YouTube's glitchy. Thank you.
Yeah, it is. All right, Justin, thank you. And I'll kind of address what you said in my final statement, but I want to get to everyone else first. So, all right, Justin, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I think Metagrapher was next. It was either David or Metagrapher, or maybe it was Objective. I can't remember. We're just gonna go with Metagrapher first, going
Totally
forward.
fine.
So take do same thing. So you can give a final statement, and you can plug your channel, do whatever you think feels appropriate for yourself. Go ahead.
You're awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I really, more than anything, just want to say that thank you for having me on the show here on the panel. This is really cool. This is genuinely. I don't know if you normally run your thing like this, but I believe that you would. But it's genuinely heartening and very inspiring in many ways. And thanks for giving me the time to ramble at first and get everything out, because no one ever gives me that chance. And I really appreciate that, like, a lot, more than I can actually put into words. So yeah, I mean, I do have my channel. What's funny is when I originally came up with the word about 27 years ago, it was originally metographer. And so, but everybody calls me metagrapher. It doesn't, it's whatever you want to say. I really appreciate y'all. The only thing I'd end with is that love is listening service. That's it. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's an honor to meet you all.
All right. Hopefully I will. You're also welcome back if you would like to be back. So thank you.
I would love it. I'd be honored. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all brilliant minds here. So I really appreciate you.
Thank you. All right. Until next time, then, metographer. All right. Let's go with David next. Take a couple minutes. Go ahead.
No, I'm just thanks for the live stream. I really don't got much to say. I do believe the most important thing you could do is pursuing truth, obviously. Not only profitable in this world for riches, but if there's a will for how you should operate, you can learn about that will and get spiritual riches. I do believe Jesus Christ is God. And with what, maybe it could be a different topic, but I think I know what I'm talking about, at least with certain things. And now, if I were to translate my mind to you, or to maybe somebody listening, maybe you wouldn't be that impressed. That's just a reality. You can look at it, calculate it, and say, Dave, it's not really statistically impressive. Or maybe the opposite could occur. And I'm just saying that the more information you get that is actually productive, I do believe you'll be able to see clearer. But you just have to get the results. You cannot fake it. You got to be genuine. Now, with my research, I'm trying to actually document some slides, and I have like 300 slides, like 400 verses, just talking about basic stuff, like what is man. But I mean, I'm just telling you, just do what you got to do to get it done. If you got to cry out to God, I'll say this is the last thing is wisdom. If you want something and you get it, even if you do things that might be silly, maybe the world thinks it's silly, if you get it, you get it. So technically you're wise for it. If other people don't get it, but you get it, you were the wise one. And the God of the Bible has no problem with people looking like fools getting results. But anyway, I'll be checking out, seeing when's the next live stream or something.
All right, David, you are welcome back. Sounds good. All right, till next time. Oh wait, I don't even know if you're still there. You've been quiet for a while. Are you still there?
I am, brother. I didn't want to interrupt. There's just so many people trying to get into the conversation, and I just didn't want to, add one more cog in the wheel there. The conversation was flowing nicely, and I didn't want to do anything to switch up the momentum. But yeah, I'm definitely here. Really enjoyed being here. So I guess I just jump right into it then. So, go ahead, brother.
Go ahead. Yeah, exactly. As I was about to say, if you have anything to say, feel free to say it then. Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, just a few closing remarks. First of all, I want to just say thank you to the host, A's Philosophy. This is a great channel. I've been a fan of this channel for several months now. I really value my relationship with A's. I was the only atheist on the whole panel. Most of the show, I guess Andy was here earlier, but for most of the show, I was the only atheist, only skeptic. And I felt very comfortable, really felt like I was an equal part of the conversation. And so it's really rare to have that type of space on the internet. So I really value this channel for that. I was really happy for A's to see the nice turnout that we had, lots of interaction in the chat, great conversation going there. So a really positive experience. I would like to encourage people to check out my own YouTube channel, if I may, at Objective Ethics on YouTube. I host a live stream that I do an open panel every Sunday. Every now and again, I'll do some bonus content, but pretty much that's kind of my niche, is just doing this open panel. Same thing. Everybody's welcome to stop by. I do want to address Justin, if he's still watching, or if he might watch this video after he leaves and comes back some other time. But it's important to understand how information flows. It starts out as raw data. Then it becomes information once that data is organized and collected, and that starts to form what we see as reality, right? And there's also the information that enters our minds. When we are able to understand and comprehend that information, we have now what's called knowledge. And when we can properly apply that knowledge, it becomes wisdom. Wisdom being the fundamental virtue, of course. So what I see with Justin is I see that he's got a lot of information, but I think he's lacking the knowledge. And there's nothing wrong, and I'm not throwing shade on the brother at all, but that's a struggle that many of us are at in life. So I would encourage you to take that information and progress to the next stage of knowledge before you can start to apply it with wisdom. You need to understand ontology is the what, epistemology is the how, and teleology is the why. So in order to get from the what to the why, you need to have a solid epistemology. How do you get there? How do you link those two things? And I think that, like a lot of the people on the panel were trying to say in their own words, and they're basically saying the same thing to you, but again, in a unique way, because each person is an individual, but they were talking to you about epistemology. it doesn't sound like you have a good foundation for your epistemology and what your epistemic approach to things is. And I would encourage you to research these ontology, epistemology, and teleologies so you have an understanding of what these terms, even how these really relate to what you can know. And when you think about what you can know, think about probably I would say maybe Kant would be a good place to start. Kant said that there's two categories of information, two things that we can know. We have empirical knowledge, and that's what we get through the scientific method, right? So that's how we things we can measure, test, observe, predict, so on and so forth. That's our empirical knowledge. And on the other hand, you have what we call practical certainty. And practical certainty is the realm of where your religious beliefs fall into, your faith and things of this nature, philosophy, etc. And so it's practical when we can apply that with a certain amount of certainty, right? Fallibility is a virtue. We can be almost certain that we can't be certain about anything, and we need to have epistemic humility and understand that fallibility is not something to be ashamed of or to hide from, but we want to recognize that we are all fallible. So I have been wrong in the past. I am wrong about things right now, and I will be wrong about things in the future. That's a fact. And because I can accept that fact with grace and embrace it, it doesn't make me feel self-conscious. It doesn't make me afraid to explore different things or to question my own beliefs, right? Because I understand the virtue of fallibility. The final thing I would like to say is that whether, there was a mention, somebody, I think it might've been Justin actually himself, who said when he's an outside the box Christian, and I don't remember if it was Justin or one of the other Christians on the panel here, but there was probably a few different theological perspectives. I think everyone on the panel besides myself was a Christian of some sort, but it sounded like you guys all had a different basis for your Christianity, so to speak. And there's an inside joke, and I'm not trying to be rude or dismissive when I say this, but it kind of makes me chuckle. In the skeptic community, as an agnostic atheist, I hear this a lot among other skeptics. We call it the no true Christian fallacy, and it's a play on words with a no true Scotsman fallacy. And we see this a lot. It's Christians fighting with other Christians about who the true Christian actually is, right? And it's kind of funny if you're a skeptic watching this all unfold, but it's really not funny. And because it's people being very disrespectful and dismissive of each other, right? I would say that whether you're Christian versus Christian, Christian versus atheist, Christian versus Muslim, Jew versus Hindu, whatever it is, Democrat versus Republican, rap music versus country music, whatever your differences are with other people, I would really encourage you, if you care about yourself, your self-respect, and you cannot have self-respect if you don't have mutual respect of other people. Okay, it's impossible to have one without the other. If you care about this and you need this self-respect to live the good life you want to live, when you come up to a person, you have a disagreement with somebody, try to start by finding common ground. Before you focus on your differences, try to find common ground with your interlocutors, okay? And then build up from there. Because once you get to your differences, you always have a point to where you can say, hey, look, brother, hey, look, sister, we can respectfully just agree to disagree at this point. No hard feelings, right? But if you're starting your point is with your disagreements, you're never going to be, rarely, I should say, are you going to be willing to look for that common ground. So if you flip that around and start with your common ground and then work towards your differences, you're going to be much more successful in your relationships with people. And one final thought, if I may, is I apologize for taking so long here, but if I may, one of the really valuable communication techniques I've talked about when I give well, it doesn't matter. Okay. So is I would focus on steelman, right? So you have to be an active listener, which means you're actually listening to hear and not listening to respond. And you need to be willing to steelman your opponent's position. If you cannot steelman their position, it means you didn't really understand what they're saying. And maybe they didn't do a good job of communicating it, right? But if you can steelman, so if Ace tells me X, Y, and Z, and I say, okay, Ace, I heard X, Y, and B. And he says, oh, no. That's where you're missing the plot here. And then we could go back and we could work it out and get to where, okay, I can say, okay, now I understand. I don't have to say I'm agreeing with you, but at least I understand these are the words you're using. This is the meaning you have behind those words. And this is the idea that you're working towards. Now I can start to address the argument. And that's how you would do it with respect, self-respect, and mutual respect. So I guess that's about as much time as I take. Sorry for going so long, Ace, and thank you for letting me be a part of it tonight.
Yeah, well, thank you for being here. And before you leave, I will say also, I think you actually, those things you were saying about conversing with people, having discussions, you put them into practice because I was on your channel and you did exactly what you just said. You were willing to, we walked through definitions of terms. We had 3 several hour-long discussions about an important topic in philosophy, which is free will. And the whole time I felt like you were really trying to understand my perspective and engage with it, even if you disagree with me. So yeah, I appreciate it. Objective Ethics YouTube channel. He has a lot of interesting conversations on the channel. I linked it in the chat. So thank you for being here, Objective Ethics.
It was my pleasure. Thank you for the kind words. And that was a great conversation. I think we did set, and I think we have done this a number of times, brother, if I could try to say humbly, we have done a really good job of setting that example of how you can have two people with completely opposite world, quote unquote, worldviews come together and have great conversations and then walk away still being brothers and enjoying each other and having no issues whatsoever despite our differences. And we may never come to an agreement, or sometimes we actually do find some middle ground, but that's almost irrelevant to the relationship itself. The relationship is built on mutual respect. And I think that I'm very proud of our relationship and our friendship because of that. I think we do both set that good example, and I don't mind saying so.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it too, and thank you so much for being here and all of our previous experiences. All right, yeah. So my summary, my roundup. I guess I'll kind of just hit on all the major topics, and maybe ideas will come to me. We started off talking about prison planet theory. I'm talking about after sometimes when I do the discussions, I introduce some ideas and then we get into discussion. Once the discussion started, prison planet theory. I really personally, just my gut reaction is that the claims being made are too specific and unknowable in the end. So could they ultimately be true? Possibly. Is there any way, do I see any way for any person to really have a firm grasp on whether this is the case? I don't think so. Now, that's not the same as to say, it's not the same as the claiming that humans have souls and that there's, a heaven and a hell. I think philosophically that that's better grounded. It's not necessarily specific as not only do we have souls, but there's specific beings controlling us and their purpose is such and such. I just have to see, like, are they getting this from some sort of, quote unquote divine revelation? I don't know. Where are they getting this information? That's just part of my ignorance. Maybe they do have good sources. Part of the problem is maybe I just haven't researched it enough. But I think what I haven't researched enough because when you're trying to establish general principles of epistemological principles, it's hard to get into the specifics of certain ideas that are out there that I'm not familiar with. So that's just my gut reaction is that, prison planet theory, it's an interesting idea. I haven't yet seen a basis for it. Doesn't mean there isn't one. It just means I haven't seen it. As far as, and then we got into kind of a deeper discussion about epistemology and figuring out knowing what's true. And Justin specifically was talking about things that he's read in the Bible and he knows they're true, but ultimately that true according to the Bible. But at the end of the day, and he believes them, he strongly believes them. But at the end of the day, does it ultimately correspond to any reality? And for a lot of things that a lot of people believe, especially in religion, yeah, it's all I can say is we really can't know a lot of the things that we believe, but we can know with some level of certainty whether the epistemology behind our belief is sound. And that's kind of, and as people were talking about this, and Objective Ethics even talked about it, how, think about it this way. We had one skeptic and 4 or 5 Christians on the panel. And all of the Christians had very different approaches to what it means to actually be a Christian and what they think Christianity actually is. We had a universalist, we had a free gracer. I'm not sure if Metographer is a Christian specifically, but he's sympathetic to Christianity. And then there's I, who am well outside of orthodoxy, as it's called. So let's try to analyze that a little bit. First, I'm not going to take too long, but one thing I will say is that this is clear evidence to me, and it should be obvious. Our emotional attachments will affect not only how we interpret data, but it will also affect the conclusions we come to and the kind of the ideas we're comfortable establishing from our analysis. So Justin came to the belief that universalism is true. Well, actually, believe it or not, I agree with him. When you read the words of Paul, universalism is the only logical conclusion you can come to, because he said Christ was a divine atonement for the sins of mankind. He said, we're saved through faith, but ultimately, not having faith is just one of the many sins people commit that is forgiven in the atonement of Christ. And basically, that think of any wrong thing people do within Christianity without Christ is a divine atonement for the sins of all mankind. And there's some verses that are very explicit, like Christ is the savior of all men, especially of believers. So unbelievers are part of the group of people for whom Christ is the savior of all men, all people. So yes, if you read the epistles of Paul, you will come away with a universal. At the end of the day, universalism is taught there, but so is everything else in Paul, as I've taught before, because Paul was all things to all men. So you can find strict legalism in Paul, such as in 1 Corinthians, I think 6 or so, or maybe Ephesians 5. You can see Paul saying things like, the kingdom of God is not for those who commit all these morally impure deeds. I can't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head. But you will find legalism in Paul. You will find in Paul people being denied salvation based on their actions. You will find sola fide in Paul. You will find universalism in Paul. You will find whatever you want in Paul. That's something I've always argued, because Paul was a human being and he, said things that were contradictory at times. So you can find whatever you want to believe in Paul, and the universalists find universalism, and they say, look, Paul's teaching universalism. And the Catholics will find things in Paul that teach some sort of a legalistic works-based system, and they'll point to that as well. The key is when you take it as a whole, you will find some logical inconsistencies. These things just can't all go together. Part of that is because, in my opinion, based on my analysis, is because Paul was a human being who was saying things, and human beings, with the things they say, don't necessarily correspond to an ultimate truth. Now, the ultimate truth must be logically consistent. So if something is true, that means that it's not inconsistent with any other aspect of reality that is true. So there's that. So basically, and what I will also say is that your emotional preferences will color, and this is something I was already saying, I kind of went into the specifics of it. If you are someone who prefers universalism, which is a very nice idea, that idea that we all go to heaven, there's no price to be paid, there's no work to be done, that Jesus paid the price. It's a very appealing idea. If that's something you emotionally prefer, then you will find it, and you will logically develop a system whereby this epistemology, quote unquote, makes the most sense, and you will simply believe it. Now, whether the key question is this: to what extent does this actually correspond to reality, and how well am I able to determine that? If your basis of saying, well, the Bible says that, then there's a lot of religious texts out there. Why don't you believe those? Like I said earlier, why don't you believe that the Quran? The Muslims say the Quran is the inspired word of God. Why don't you believe that? And they say, oh, well, you can look at the Quran and see it has errors. Well, the Muslims say the same thing about the Bible. And you can go on and on with all the religions. You can go on about the Hindus and the Muslim and the Mormons and all these different groups. So one of the keys to understanding questions asked is, what are my emotional preferences? What are my emotional attachments that's pressuring me to believe something, not necessarily because it actually corresponds to some actual reality, but because it appeals to me. An atheist might appeal to an atheist to the idea that there's no God, potentially because there's no judgment for the things we do on this earth. So it's nice to think we can do whatever we want, and just, doesn't necessarily mean anything bad. I mean, I just want to play video games all day, or, do whatever it is. And it's appealing to think that, we won't be reprimanded eternally for maybe not doing anything wrong, but just not living within God's purpose for us. So it's comforting to think there's no strict rule that I have to follow. Perhaps, I'm just saying, based on someone's personality. A theist might believe in God because it's comforting to think there's a God who will administer justice and bring us all to heaven by whatever mechanism. So we drinking the pepper. Am I a Christian? Yes, I am. But what does that word even mean? That's kind of where we're getting to. So there's that. So one thing I will say is, I hear skeptics say, "We can't choose what we believe." Well, yes, your emotional, personal preferences will affect how you interpret data, and they will affect the beliefs you end up adopting as a result of whatever your preferences are. And so one of the keys as a human being in developing into truth is answering the question, what are my emotional preferences and how are they affecting my bias? Because if you don't do that, you're going to be emotionally attached to some sort of idea. And that emotional attachment is only going to prevent you from determining what the truth is. And unfortunately, as human beings, there's almost no way to avoid being emotionally attached to some idea. But that being said, that doesn't mean we're necessarily believing things that are false. We can be emotionally attached to the truth as part of the issue. 2 + 2 is 4, whether I'm emotionally attached to it or not. If God exists, well, I like the idea of God, but whether God exists, maybe God does exist. But even if I like the idea, that doesn't mean I'm just believing it because it's emotionally attached or preferable. It's just, or maybe I am believing it because it's preferable, but that still leads me to truth. But it will prevent you from analyzing things accurately, for sure, and objectively. So that needs to be understood. I think they can only create difficulties. All right. Shoot, there's probably so much more said that I could address, but I think I've hit the main things. The main takeaways are everyone claims to want the truth, but I really think so many people don't realize the extent to which their comfort, their desire for comfort, and this is true of Christianity. Certainty makes us comfortable. Uncertainty makes us uncomfortable. But like objective ethics was saying, the only thing we can be certain of is that really we can't really be certain of anything based on the limitations of our senses. So I wish Christians need to adopt a more idea of I can't be certain about this, just because it's the healthiest way to go forward. Because if you start believing something that get emotionally attached to it, it's only going to lead to a crash out at some point. It really is. And the way to go about that, in my opinion, is to just embrace the idea that we can't really be certain. We can't really be certain about much of anything in an ontological ultimate sense. The key is trying to determine how accurately is my view of reality representing what I can determine to be true and extrapolate from there. All right, enough rambling. These are certainly things we can continue to discuss in future channels, and I do hope we continue to do that. Stay tuned for the intelligent design update. I want to put it out tomorrow. Will I get to it? I don't know, but I want to do it. So stay tuned for that and future discussions. Till next time, God bless.